What's up? What's up, brother? Aaron's gonna be. I'm gonna have Aaron in a couple weeks. Aaron is gonna be here not next Monday, but the following Monday, and then he's gonna spend a couple days at the house and stuff. We'll be hanging out with Aaron. So I've been talking to him on X, not X, but on Line. Uh, I'm cleaning up the house, all the shit. I gotta take it to my house. What do I do first? I think I take everything to the house first. Yeah. Take my. Let me go get my other phone so we get some music going. Hold on. Why is it not plugged in? Let's get plug this in here. I got to go get the other phone. I only have one phone with me, so we can get the music going and stuff. Yeah. You know what? All right, guys. How you guys doing? We got work. Crazy weather. Hold on. Let me get this other phone working so we get some music going. Get this going. What's up, Jay? Yeah, we have oceans around us. We have oceans, Jay. We have oceans. We have aquatic. Fucking Ice Age. All I get is Ice Age now, JS. You can shuffle your shit. Can you shuffle it? Walking with hope, walk out in chains, don't call it order, don't call it law, it's cruelty, wearing your badge and flag. Welcome to the Ice Age, but the cold won't get the last word. We are standing on the courthouse steps, we are filming, we are heard. $170 billion can erase a single name. We remember we are watching. Welcome to the Ice Age. They pilot cold, they pilot high, but ice will break. We won't. Welcome to the Ice Age. We ain't gonna let 'em take this land. We ain't gonna let 'em take our friends. If the future's gonna be in our hands, we gotta take a stand. Gotta take a stand. If history looks back, they're gonna ask one question. Where were you when it all went down? Where were you when the lights went out? What'd you do when they took your house? What'd you do? Shame on you. We ain't gonna let them run this town. Ain't gonna let them burn it down. It's the revolution. Time is now. We gotta take a stand. Yeah, we gotta take a stand. When history looks back, they're gonna ask one question. Where were you when it all went down? Where were you when the lights went out? What'd you do when it took your life? What'd you do? Shame on you. Shame on you. Kalinsky. Turn it up! Drown out the noise! Networks got sponsors, anchors got handlers. Somebody's always holding the leash. Not here, no sponsors, no handlers, no leash. Calling up the nut jobs, handing out some common sense. Just one guy, one mic, and the name's the name.
So if you're done being lied to, done being talked down to, good, you're in the right place. No leash, no lies, no masters. Say it loud, say it straight. Kyle Kalemski's on the mic, and the truth ain't gonna away. No leash, no lie, let's go. Come on over to Secular Talk on YouTube. Esta es buena, ¿verdad? Sonrió y asintió. 8 vuelos en el avión de Epstein. El cuerpo fue tirado en el lago Michigan. Hacer América grande otra vez. Tenía 14 en Mar-a-Lago. No 24. Epstein la trajo como mercancía por la puerta. Le dio un codazo a tu presidente. Te dijo, esta es buena, ¿verdad? Él sonrió, asintió. Testimonio judicial, blanco y negro. No es rumor, tal vez. Es un documento legal. Tu presidente sonriendo a una niña como si fuera normal. 8 vuelos en el Lolita Express. Su récord federal. 4 con Maxwell. Ella cumple 20. Él está protegido. Un vuelo Trump. Epstein, una de 20 sin nombre, solo con un depredador. Pero ella la culpaste. Los registros de vuelo no mienten, pero tu presidente sí. Y pusiste a ese hombre en el poder. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Viste el video de Access Hollywood? Votaste igual, agarra las coño. Dijiste que estaba normal, lo viste burlarse del discapacitado. Llenaste la boleta, miraste cómo enjaulaba niños. Tragaste y tragaste. Mira lo que votaste. Un hombre que sonrió a una de 14. Registros de vuelo y gritos de niñas muertas. Falso cristiano de mierda, nazis amante de pedófilos. Una mirada a tus hijos a los ojos. Agosto 2020, una denuncia del FBI en un archivo. Sobreviviente dice que a los 13 Epstein la pasó por la línea, traficada por su tío, pero los clientes pagaban en efectivo. Tu presidente participó regularmente. Eso es cita, puedes verificarlo. Y cuando dio a luz siendo niña, a una niña propia, su tío mató al bebé. Mientras tu héroe miraba, dice bajo juramento, recién nacida, lago Michigan, agua fría, noche de invierno. Esa acusación está en los archivos, pero dirás que no es cierto. El dojo dice verificado, afirmaciones sensacionalistas, pero lo publicaron con su nombre, lo publicaron con su nombre. Si es falso, porque está ahí. Si no es nada, porque tiene miedo, porque desaparecieron los archivos, porque 1 millón de páginas siguen sin compartir. Yes, conspiradores, el FBI ya tenía la lista, 1 en Ohio, 3 en Florida. Ya captas la pista, Boston, Nueva York, Connecticut, les llegaron citaciones, solo Maxwell. Los otros 9, nunca los has visto. 9 pedófilos protegidos, expuestos y nunca juzgados. Votas por la máquina que dejó a los depredadores escapados. ¡Mira lo que votas! Con conspiradores expuestos andan libres. Un bebé en el fondo del mar. Mira lo que votas. Falso cristiano de mierda, nazis y amante de pedófilos. Y te llamas Provida. Déjame hablarle a la gente de iglesia un momento. Los de las cruces y las guías de votación. Los que dicen que están salvando bebés mientras votan por un nombre en los archivos. Testimonio judicial, niña de 14 años. Estás buena, ¿verdad? Él sonrió, él asintió. Archivo del FBI, niña de 13 años. Traficada, embarazada, dio a luz. Su bebé asesinado, cuerpo tirado. Él miró, dice ella, él miró. Y pusiste una bandera en tu jardín y usaste la gorra roja y dijiste que fue enviado por Dios y miraste a tu hija a la cara y votaste por eso. ¿Qué clase de cristiano eres? ¿Qué clase de padre? ¿Qué clase de ser humano? 70.000 muertos en Gaza. ¡Votaste por eso! 1,5 millones de niños fuera, nadie a quien llamar. 51.000 al año cuando Medicaid se acabe. Veteranos en espera mientras despiden a los de crisis. 105 pescadores volados del agua, 68 migrantes bombardeados en una celda, la hija de alguien. Pero nada de eso importa, ¿verdad? Conseguiste tu recorte de impuestos, conseguiste tu hombre fuerte, conseguiste tu venganza contra los progres. Y solo costó tu alma y una pila de niños muertos. ¡Mira lo que votas! No digas que no sabías, mira lo que votas. Las libros están ahí, lo muestras. Falso cristiano de mierda, nazis y amante de pedófilos. Esta sangre está en tus manos Ocho vuelos con un traficante de niños. Estás buena, ¿verdad? Un bebé en el lago Michigan, mira lo que botaste. Y vas a votar por él otra vez, ¿verdad? ¿Verdad? Lo vas a hacer de nuevo. Porque nunca te importaron los niños. Solo te importaba el control. Falso cristiano. Amante de pedófilos. Así. Mira lo que votaste. Mira lo que eres. Welcome to the Ice Age. They told him, come on in, it's fine. He brought his papers, stood in line. He showed his face. He came to court to plead his case. The judge said dismissed. He thought he won. And the hallway closed and he was gone. No badge, no name, no one, no why. They cuffed him while his daughter cried. Cruel man's cold hearts, no knock, no warning. Empty chairs by morning. Welcome to the Ice Age. Last man on every street. Their families, not criminals, start screaming from their streets. $170 billion for a force that hides its face. This is law with something colder. Welcome to the Ice Age. No badge, no name, no need to say which law they broke to haul away. They swore they'd take the worst of men. They took the mom, the friend. Lady Liberty is crying, and the man at the top keeps lying. Cruel minds, cold hearts, no knock, no warning. Empty chairs by morning. Welcome to the Ice Age. Masked men on every street. His family is not criminals, from screaming from their seats. $170 billion for a force that hides its face. This is the law, it's something colder. Welcome to the Ice Age. They fired the judges who said no. Let a frightened family stay. They made the court a trapdoor now. Walk in with a walkout in chains. Don't call it order, don't call it law. It's cruelty wearing a badge and flag. Welcome to the Ice Age, but the cold won't get the last word. We are standing on the courthouse steps. We are filming, we are heard. $170 billion can't erase a single name. We remember, we are watching. Welcome to the Ice Age. Cruel minds, cold hearts, a frozen age. But ice will break, and ice will break. Welcome to the Ice Age. Ice Age. Oxygen with Voronist lads, orange bollocks quoting the Bible. Locking wands in cages, same old empiric, just a shite new accent. Black vans rolling midnight, same color as the fucking tans. Lads ripping wings from their mass, Ötzi style straight gas. Ice peelers kicking doors in, no warrant, just a boot and lash. Burnt coke to ashes back then, be putting dreams to pure trash. Grinning Hat bastard, Bible in one fist, wall in the other, you prick. Octopus, I will smash your empire, no fucking bother. My cunts, called news boys, very fine people. Again, watch the capitals form like you watch Bally Murphy burn your feet, hating men. Straight south, puffin' ships echo in the splash. Project 2025, Penelope 2.0, just Yankee Flash. Fuck Christians, you pedo loving Nazis. Fuck Christians, you pedo loving Nazis. Fake fuck me love, or is this for quoting scripture shy? Love thy neighbor, the case, the poor bastard, hypocrite delight. Christians, you pedo loving Nazis. Raid for factories that don't snatch and daddies leaving mammies broken crying. No ring, no rights, cause terror, you're human, reborn, no lying. It's a breach from pulpits from South and bastard warrior built. Same ascendancy sermon, same hunger, same guilt. We're off our heads on pills and powder, dancing through the deprivation. But the racial bubbles, crispy, my deliveries, no hesitation. Pieces of paper smiling, red bloom like a British general. Oh, Jesus, violent, turning folk in desert tombs, imagine that. Same divide and conquer, swap green for brown, new flag, same sin. Where the Republican hood, session the offie, letting the madness in. This land's for freedom, not orange despots. Oh, black gangs, not foreign boots, not homegrown chains. This is on full bail. We broke the tents in 21, burned castles to the ground. We'll rise from these ashes, never bowing down. Fuck Christians, you pedo loving Nazis. Christians, you pedo loving Nazis. Empire crumbling like Dublin Castle in flames. West Belfast rising, you'll never break our name. Welcome to the Ice Age. They told him, come on in, it's fine. He brought his paper, stood in line. He did it right, showed his face. He came to court to plead his case. The judge said dismissed. He thought he'd won. Then the hallway closed and he was gone. No badge, no name, no when, no why. They cuffed him while his daughter cried. Cruel minds, cold hearts, no knock, no warning. Empty chairs by morning. Welcome to the Ice Age. Masked men on every street. It's families, not criminals. Torn screaming from their seats. $170 billion for a boss that hides its face. This isn't law, it's something colder. Welcome to the Ice Age. We're live. This is day 14 of the hunger and labor strike inside of the Lady Hall. Actually, let me just make sure I'm correct on that. Day 14. I'm pretty sure it's day 14 because it was 2 weeks ago on Friday that they started this. So I'm just set up here.
Hunger strike. There's a hunger strike, Delaney Hall. I don't know what state that is. Live. Delaney Hall. Sup, Rach? Status quo live at the hunger strike. Delaney Hall hunger strike going on. Immigrants are doing a hunger strike. No mainstream media is
All right, so as you see,
carrying it. It's ridiculous.
they have been the ones who have been directing traffic and on the ground here for Lady Hall, which now they are nowhere to be found. They are not visible anywhere. Actually, down the block they are. I'm sorry, down the block they are, but there's also a corrections facility, so could be them too. So what's been happening today is being that Newark police have been told to not protect the Delaney Hall property here. As we saw 2 days ago, they were behind the property line, defending and basically protecting the building, protecting the traffic that is coming in and out of this private prison here. The mayor released a statement today. I would say these people are coming in very violently and ramming through people. We want you to be free. We want you to be free in this bullshit. You don't have to participate in this. You don't have to do this. Let me join us. We want you to be free. We want you to be free. We want all of them to be free. Quit your job! 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 Stop! Latina, no! Eres Latina! ¡No eres traidora! ¡Eres traidora! ¡Eres un traidora! ¡Esa es tu raza, frente! ¡Yo estoy aquí despidiéndolo! ¡Nada! Damn. They want conflict. The reason why, let me explain. The reason why the police has backed off Delaney is they want conflict. They want to be able to, call out the Gestapo to beat them down. That's why the looks like the police have withdrawn, and they've got no one out front. So they're going to like that car trying to get in. He's going to say, "I fear for my life." Do a 911. I fear for my life. I'm trapped, and all of a sudden you're going to have riot police and everyone else coming in. Using that as justification for violence against the protesters. And they're just letting them get worked up. They want violence. You have to understand what they want. They want violence. They want, reaction from the audience so they can, initiate violence. That's all it is. It's the ploy. You got to see it for what it is on there. Let's see what else is going on here. Now this guy's cutting his grass. Lawnmower. Very rare to see lawnmowers in Japan. This guy has a lawnmower. travel deep into the new right, what you find at the moment is a constant yearning for something very old. Not just a time when America was great, but a time when men were great, when men were men. You hear it in Kostin Vlad Almaru, who's better known as the Bronze Age pervert. You hear it in his longing for the Bronze Age.
I am here just to spread the political views of the ancient Hittite Empire or the ancient Mitanni Empire.
You hear it when the pastor Doug Wilson yearns for the time before the 19th Amendment.
The net effect of women's suffrage was not an advance in women's rights, but rather part of a push to replace covenanted entities, like families, with raw individualism.
You hear it in the increasingly constant idealization of 1950s America.
Why wouldn't you design a system consistent with nature?
What would that look like to you?
It would look like what we had before Betty Friedan wrote The Feminine Mystique, before lifestyle feminism dominated every institution in the West.
There's a time when all this could be dismissed as a fringe movement on the fever swamps of the internet. But Bronze Age pervert is a favorite of young Trump staffers. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invited Doug Wilson to preach at the Pentagon. Tucker Carlson is Tucker Carlson. These are not all fringe figures, and it's not just them. It's a much broader thing on the new right, which increasingly wants a return, is theorizing for how to create a return to very old ideas of how men should be, to very old policies that centralize the power they wield and the way society is ordered. Helen Lewis is a staff writer at The Atlantic and the author of Difficult Women, A History of Feminism in 11 Fights, and The Genius Myth. She's just written a great cover story for The Atlantic mapping this world. She calls it masculinism, talking to many of its key figures, trying to understand.
Yeah, this shit. The thing is, I mean, what they want is not going to go back. The cookie's out of the box. We've given people the same right as men. Everyone should have the same right. And what they're yearning for is just an idealism which none of them really knew. None of them really knew what it was like, back in the 1950s, right? You would have, it's like it's kind of like what's the word? When someone, the grass is greener on the other side. The grass is greener on the other side thing. Oh, look how wonderful it was when women were at the house and they were being abused secretly, when you could beat up a woman and control a woman and have whatever the fuck you want to do with a woman. Wasn't that a great time? When their job was just to have babies. Women just want to have babies. Good afternoon, Cindy. I mean, these people, is because they're such fucking losers. These fucktards can't get a woman, right? They don't respect women. And, and that's the reason why. Look, there's a fucking, we got the marathon going on today. Look, here's a runner right here, marathon runner. Gambate! Gambate! It's marathon day. There's people running the marathon. I should run it. It is a beautiful day. Look at the pretty little clouds up in the sky, little puppy clouds. People running the marathon. I'm running to my house, dumping off a bunch of stuff at my house. Then I'm gonna go and cut the hedge for my in-laws, and then grab a bunch of garbage, stuff, and then take it out to my farm. And or drop it on. Maybe I'll take this shit up to the mountain. I don't know. So it's a beautiful day. How you doing? How's everyone doing? Fighting a good fight. Trump's gonna die soon. Just think about it. That motherfucker is gonna be dead soon, right? Just think. The guy is sick. He's gonna be dying soon. Let's celebrate Trump soon. His death is soon. He's gonna die soon. Let's celebrate. His arteries are clogged up. He's overweight. You got his cankles. You got all these marks on his body. He was gone for 7 days. probably getting a fucking blood transfer. They're probably giving him some sort of, some shit, man. I bet they fucking switched out his blood. I bet they gave that motherfucker a full blood transfer. He's just a fucking vampire, you know? He's gonna fake his death, probably. You want to watch him fucking as long as possible, getting weaker and weaker and more insane? You know, we're getting that. The guy is so fucking lost. You know, he's like such a failure. But the elections were kind of bullshit. But we had some good wins, on it. I don't think my AC is working anymore. I don't know. Oh, nice. That's good. We're getting up there. I mean, I've got all those fucking shorts, dude. All those shorts going out. I got shorts going out every day. I got shorts going out every day with the Antifa FM, I got 3 months worth of shorts, so we're gonna get there. It's good. Let's see. I look at this. Come on, move your fucking car. So I got good news. Mikey's quitting boxing. So good. You got some boxing in spirit, No more closed fucking head injury shit, dude. So he's he told my wife, he told mama, he's like, I'm gonna quit. He feels really bad for me. And I said, I told her, I don't feel bad. I'm glad. He got some. He won a championship. He's got that under his belt. He can always put that, And the problem is I went through the same thing when I was wrestling. When I started off wrestling, I was a lower weight, right? Just like Mikey, and I fucking dominated in wrestling. But the moment I went to 148, I was under when I went to the 48 kilo, right? 40, I think it was 48. I think I wrestled at like 40, 44, right? But it was always weight, always issues trying to get my weight down. It fucking sucked. So I went up to the next level, like 48 kilos, and man, the competition in that range was brutal. All of a sudden, had much bigger, stockier guys and in it. So it was tough. I was like, and I think Mikey, he's like there, he's winning, he's dominating, then he moves up a weight grade, and all of a sudden he's struggling because there's so many people in that range that are just, animals. They train all the time. There's a fucking high school that trains every fucking day. And Mikey is like going like once a week, twice a week to do boxing. You can't do that. When you're fighting someone who's training every fucking day, because they're a part of a high school club, it's just stamina and everything else. He doesn't have he's got a part-time trainer. So I think that's good news. I'm glad to see Mikey is getting out of boxing. Personally, he's going to focus on his track and field, which is way more. Even though I think he's running the wrong race, he needs to move up to I'm going to tell him he needs to move to a longer race for his body style, for his body type. He shouldn't be running the 400. He should be running the either the 800 or the one above the 800. All right, 400, 800. What comes after the 800? 1200. 1200. He needs to be running the 1200. Stamina. The whole reason why he was doing track and field was but he's doing good. He's doing good in his thing. But 400 is a sprint. It's a sprint. It's an all-out fucking sprint. 400 is. So that's good news. So I'm glad Mikey's moving on from boxing on there. So I'm gonna tell Mikey to blame me while he's quitting, so he doesn't have to. I don't know. What should I do? Should I give Mikey an out and have him tell his teacher because of me he's quitting, or or have him man up and basically say, listen, I just don't have it in me. I gave it, my all. What should I do? Cindy, is it a learning experience telling the coach? He's track and field's a lot better. His grandfather ran track and field in college. He ran for Annapolis. He went collegiate. He was a collegiate runner. Good idea. I'll let him choose. I'll tell him. Why do you want to do it? You want to man up and tell your teacher, you just don't have the heart in it, or do you want to use me as an excuse? It's up to you, Mikey. What's the best? I should do it as a moral dilemma. What's the better way to do it? Explain which is a better way. That'd be good. Use it as a moral teaching lesson for him. Obviously, him, just saying, listen, I don't have it in it. Yeah, but I can use it as a teaching. Learn to be able to stand up and recognize things that recognize your limitations is not a weakness. Recognizing your limitations is actually a strength. Having unrealistic expectations, trying to be something when you look around and you see the crowd and you apply your cognitive ability to realize that you don't have or number one, you don't you're dealing with people that are stronger and putting in more time and energy, and you're just gonna be ring meat. You're either gonna be ring meat, and that's what he was. What are these guys here? Let's cut here. So I'll use it as a I'm gonna have shitty internet here. I got shitty internet at my house. I'm just unloading, and then I'll be back in. So if we lose connection, it's because of that. And then we're running back to my house, getting the cutter, and gonna be cutting the hedgerow. Taking all this shit back to the house. What's up there? How you doing? What's up, Dream? You know something in Japan? They don't have any. Look, this is a school zone, right? They've got no speed limit signs as school zones in Japan. You know that? Isn't that crazy? They have no speed limit signs. No, like 20 mile per hour, no flashing lights. None of that shit, dude. There's not even a sign. There's not even a sign there saying that it's a school, right? And here's another school. Here's an elementary. There's no signs here. The only thing that's here are these little signs like that. That's all there is. You know, watch out for kids. Isn't that crazy? In Japan, schools that have any like slow down, flashing lights, or anything during the school time, you think you would have that, but they don't. Big news the other day. Big news was some kid was hit by someone, and then they left. They fled. Some kid was hit, and then they took off. It was on the news. It was beautiful, bro. I love this road. I have to try to get access to. Aaron's gonna be sleeping at the old house here. I gotta clean it up a little bit. I gotta get room, and I gotta go get the bedding out, and I wonder if there's any mice living up in the bed. I gotta put it out in the sun. Today would be a good day to do it. Nice. Oh look, Mikey. It was youthful. Look at Mikey. A MAGA boy in the. All right, here we go. Here's the he calls it the jungle house. It's weird. He calls it the jungle house. He really likes the jungle house. Maybe Aaron will be living here. Oh shit, let me back up. All right. All right. Let's get some music going for you guys. It says I have a strong connection. Let's get some more Ice Age music. I'm just trolling you, JS. I'm trolling JS. I like it actually. It's not loading. Look, see this is how fucking slow my phone is loading. Look. It says I got 4 fucking bars. Look, see how slow the fucking phone is? That's why I like to stream on this phone. But then we got bandwidth issues, right? Then we got quality, the sound quality sucks for making clips and stuff. And look, it's not fucking loading. Look at that shit, dude. What the fuck, dude? It is I got it. See, this phone here is tethered to this phone. I don't even have a VPN running. Okay, the VPN is connected. There's my VPN. All right. couldn't load. This page is not displaying as expected. You can reduce advanced privacy protections, which may resolve. Okay, reduce protections. All right, reducing protections. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Yeah, this is where I go. This is where I go to YouTube and I go to Antifa FM. Huh. We'll just get some music. You want to listen to music or do you want to listen to a talk show? What do you want to listen to? Oh, look at this shit.
Why is Ukraine attaching shotguns to drones instead of missiles? The answer might surprise you. Drones are rewriting the rules of modern war. But Russia's new fiber optic drones created a big problem. They can't be jammed. So Ukraine needed a low-tech, fast solution. And they found one, the shotgun. See, a shotgun blast spreads pellets. That makes it perfect against fast, fragile drones. You don't need pinpoint aim, just one hit. Ukrainian soldiers already used shotguns on the ground, but then came the upgrade, attaching a shotgun directly to a drone. Here's the genius. Recoil is normally a nightmare for flying machines, but Ukraine solved it with 2 shotguns, firing in opposite directions at the same time. The recoil cancels out, and the drone stays stable. It's simple, it's cheap, and it's effective. In a war full of high-tech weapons, sometimes the smartest idea is the one that just works. A flying shotgun drone. Who saw that coming? Why is Ukraine attaching shotguns?
That is fucking crazy. They got double shotgun to cancel out. No, I mean it's evolution of drone warfare, dude. They're gonna be use these drones down. They're gonna be using those drones to shoot the orcs. They're just gonna come down, and like even if someone's coming up behind it, you know, they'll be like, why don't you just do like a shotgun in every direction and they all fire at the same time? So you just lower it, into a squad, or you fly it into a squad, and then they all shoot. So they're shooting in every fucking direction. That's insane.
Vegas got the fire. I've got the storm. Fighting hip-hop.
All right, Antifa FM. I'm gonna just see the Antifa FM. 6 hour. That's why I have 6 hours. I have 6 hours of music on here, JF.
You still worship fake fuck Christians, pedo loving Nazis. Fake fuck Christians,
That new piece of music. Or you want to listen? You want to listen to talk shows?
Policies that centralize the power they
What do you
wield.
want to do? You want to listen to a talk show as an unload, or do you want to listen to music? Listen to music and chat among yourself, or you want to listen to like Nietzsche for Gooners? What do you want? All right. Which is it? Yeah. Talk or music? Talk or music? 0 1 0 1. Give me a 0 or 1. What do you want? Everyone give me a vote. Talk. All right, here you go.
And the way society is ordered. Helen Lewis is a staff writer at The Atlantic and the author of Difficult Women, A History of Feminism in Love and Fights, and The Genius Myth. She's just written a great cover story for The Atlantic mapping this world. She calls it masculinism, talking to many of its key figures, trying to understand its core ideas. So I want to have her on the show to talk about it. As always, my email, ezraclineshow@nytimes.com. Helen Lewis, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So I want to start with a clip from Scott Yenner, a professor at Boise State University, that I think is a good place to start.
Our independent women seek their purpose
in life in mid-level bureaucratic jobs like human resource management, environmental protection, and marketing. They are more medicated, meddlesome, and quarrelsome than women need to be. Without connections to eternity, delivered through their family, such medicated, quarrelsome, and meddlesome women gain their meaning through the seeming participation in the global project. They are agents of the new world, but not new life. Such women are now the backbone of every left-wing cosmopolitan party in the Western world.
I thought that was as concise a description of this masculinism that you've been reporting on, as I've heard from many of its subjects. So tell me about him and the view of society you understand him to be spinning out here.
Well, as you heard, it's one that's not afraid to be offensive. But the essential thesis is that it's women's role in life to have children. Modern women have been deluded instead into pursuing careers which aren't real jobs. They're not doing anything of any merit anyway. And therefore, their lives will essentially be empty and pointless. But I find I like my job. And I also feel that my job is equal social worth to Scott Yenna being in a think tank, right? Like, he's hardly a cancer surgeon. Calm down, son. I find it kind of intriguingly repellent. And I think a lot of people do as well.
One of the things I heard in that clip is an echo of the J.D. Vance Miserable Cat Ladies clip that went around in the 2024 campaign.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
Which I mentioned because I think it can be easy to look at Yenner and some of the people we'll talk about and think, oh, this is a fever swamp right-wing movement. This is when you've clicked on too many posts on X and the algorithm has found something out about you that you wish it didn't know. But one of the arguments you make in this piece is that masculinism has become a kind of unifying theory on a MAGA right that in other ways is coming apart. So defend that for me a bit.
Right. So you can see the splits in MAGA very obviously at the moment over the war in Iran. American support for Israel as a military ally, protectionism versus free trade. There are all these interesting currents that are going on. However, if you asked, do you think feminism has gone too far? How many people in the MAGA coalition are going to push back on that and say, actually, I think we should give more jobs and opportunities to women? So it is this one thing that basically everybody can agree with. Traditional gender roles are better. Equality has been a failed pursuit. It's maybe even an illegitimate pursuit. Empathy, which is feminine by nature, has been misused and is ruining our politics because women and their parties that represent them, the Democrats, feel sorry for all these underdogs who aren't really underdogs. They're kind of cancers on our society, like violent criminals or illegal immigrants. So, there is, this is a very coherent ideology. And the reason that I wanted to write the piece is I think people are now quite familiar with the idea of the manosphere and the kind of Andrew Tate, these provocateurs who are creatures of the algorithm. And I wanted to say, well, hang on a minute, actually, there is a really serious ideological and political project here behind this. It has got people in think tanks, it's got people who are working in politics, and it has got its kind of intellectual outriders. But this isn't just some over steroided guys in tight t-shirts parading around in nightclubs for the gram. These are people who want to completely restructure American life into a way that they find more agreeable, and they want to use legal instruments and political instruments to do so.
What does that vision look like?
So the simplest way to say it is that men would be the breadwinners and women would be homemakers. I mean, the kind of reference point always tends to be the 1950s, but it's a very fake Pleasantville black and white picket fence version of the 1950s. Lots of families did not, in fact, live in that way. But, you would do that, for example, Scott Yenner, he mentioned there, one of his most controversial proposals is this idea of the family wage. The idea that you would restore discrimination back into the job market by saying it's okay to preferentially hire men, married men. It's okay to promote them more, to pay them higher salaries. What we want to do is essentially restore a traditional way of life in which, men are the ones who go out and earn money, and women's money, if anything, is, it's back to being pin money. It's kind of secondary.
So it's worth, I think, for you to expand on that, which is to say, I think the core critique here and the core politics here is that modernity has thwarted masculinity. The arguments here, and we're going to tour through a number of them, They shift between this, as you say, 1950s nostalgia for when you had the single breadwinner family, and this, in some cases, it's very Christian, in some cases, it's very pagan, but this spiritual level of politics. And it seems to me to have this dimension of modernity is hollow. People are working, as you mentioned, particularly women, these bullshit jobs in human resource management and in marketing and environmental protection, and men are caged in these little offices and, doing retail work that is beneath them. And, Yenner in that quote says, agents of the new world, but not new life. There's all this emphasis on what life is, the good, the beautiful, vitality, vitalism. Can you talk about that dimension of it, the spiritual cell being made?
Yeah, I think that is part of it, because another thing that often comes up is the idea that women are on a huge amount of anxiety medication and antidepressants. So you have this situation in which women having anything that they feel is wrong in their lives is taken as proof that they've picked the wrong course in life. And if only they would pick this alternative vision of femininity, they would be happy. And this is part of the exchange that I had with Doug Wilson, the evangelical pastor, that this is not a new phenomenon. It was something that Betty Friedan was writing about in The Feminine Mystique when she was talking about specifically the unhappiness of stay-at-home housewives. She said, they're taking medication like cough drops. And the bit that I struggle with as somebody who loves reading historical novels, historical fiction, historical biographies, is that, are we absolutely sure that women in 1700 were living these incredibly blissful lives? That's not what you get from the literature of the period. In my first book, which is A History of Feminism, I wrote about some of the women who wrote to Mary Stopes, who was our kind of version of Margaret Sanger, a contraceptive pioneer. And they were describing lives of despair, where they had far more children than they can afford. They didn't know how to stop having any more. They were exhausted by their late 30s from this relentless tide of childbearing. But this is the kind of, that era has now passed into memory long enough that it is susceptible to being, revitalized by into this kind of tradwife vision that is, sold to people on Instagram, because no one can really remember what it was like to live in those conditions anymore.
Okay, let me try to think about how to do this, because I will say that typically when I get into a literature, I think I'm a usually generous reader, and I leave with more sympathy for it than I came in. And I read your piece, and then I read The Last Man by Charles Cornish Dale, the raw egg nationalist. I read Bronze Age Mindset. And it's one of the first times I can really remember coming out of something like this and thinking, oh, there was so much less there than I thought. Like, I just assumed people were making some reasonable arguments. But I want to try to be generous before I get into that reaction. So let me ask it this way. As you were talking to these people, as you have immersed yourself in this literature, which parts of the critique or the diagnosis of modernity and its ills and ailments did you find recognizable or find yourself responding to?
I do find the kind of battery cage idea of humanity to be quite compelling. I know that I'm sure my life would be better if I took more exercise, got outside more, took a screen break, didn't doom scroll. I think all of those things are reasonable. I think the American diet is hideous, particularly for lower income Americans. So I don't think all of those things are ridiculous, and that's something that comes up a lot in The Last Man, the idea that elites are keeping you fat, they're keeping you low testosterone if you don't eat enough meat, that like vegans are oppressing you.
Vegetarianism is a tool of social control to sap our vitality and make us easier and more obedient as subjects.
But it's very interesting because clearly that has caught on, because Arnold Schwarzenegger made a documentary about being vegetarian, except he'd rebranded it as plant-based. And it was all about how actually you could be an incredibly good weightlifter if you were on a plant-based diet. You could have incredibly strong erections on a plant-based diet. So clearly that has seeped into that discourse that there is something unmanly about not eating meat. But I think I like that book more than you did. I found it, maybe my expectations are lower, but the thing that I found that was interesting about it was that it moved from saying it is impossible to be a man fully in a liberal democracy. As there's a line in that says essentially that because of the fact that you're being kept in this, rubbish jobs and you have low testosterone, all this kind of stuff. And then you get to the end and you find out, okay, so what are we doing then? And there's a bit like, well, you should chuck out your plastic chopping board. And I was like, oh, I was sort of expecting you to advocate fascism at the end, but you've kept it lower, you've kept it more achievable. And that's the bit where that was a bit where I slightly parted company from it.
That's where you parted company. Okay, let me describe the argument of this book, because I think it actually gets at something that I want to try to do, which is it brings up some things really worth talking about and then goes in some really wild directions. You can correct me if you feel like I am being unfair in any part of this. The Last Men is an argument that begins by saying what we need is a hormonal theory of politics. And the hormonal theory of politics is this, and this part is real. There has been, over the decades, a measurable and sustained drop in testosterone in men across a number of countries, in sperm quality and count among men across a number of countries. There's also, and this is a big topic of discussion on this side, and I think an actually important one that I wish the left would take more seriously, there has been a sustained drop in fertility rates across many, many different countries. So relatively few liberal democracies are now at replacement rate or above, if any of them are. I think Israel is, although whether Israel's a liberal democracy is its own question. So he sort of starts there and says, look, the core of masculinity, thymos or thymos, I don't know how you say the Greek word, is testosterone. This thing that Francis Fukuyama is talking about in The End of History and the Last Man, this thing that Nietzsche is talking about, is just testosterone. And we are destroying testosterone. And we're destroying it with endocrine disrupting chemicals that are in all the things we buy, destroying it with bad diet, destroying it with chemicals in the water. And it is creating, and is maybe a sort of actual effort to create, and this is where things begin to go a bit off the rails, a docile form of man who is suited for the long house of liberal democracy and not suited for the displays of dominance and hierarchy and the conquest and excellence that has driven civilization forward and defined man forever. And then, as you say, it kind of ends with a stirring call to throw out your plastic cutting boards and filter your water. But this is the argument, that there's like a sort of some stuff I actually agree with on chemicals, some stuff I'm generally worried about and hormonal changes. And then this sense that what's really happening here is the destruction of what it means to be a man and literally the vital fluids that make men manly. That's the book.
Right, but there is an obvious overlaid political valence on this, which is that this idea that if you're high T, you're risk-taking, you're possibly violent, and you don't mind about inequality. It's about the strong dominating the weak. And therefore, liberal democracy is inherently feminine because it's more concerned with making sure that the weak don't suffer too much, so that there are equal rights for all. So it's very easy to see how that vision of masculinity maps onto kind of MAGA rightism, definitely. The bit I find, and when I start drilling down into the examples, I find it tricky. So young men, for example, have much higher testosterone than old men. So actually, really, are we talking about if women shouldn't be in leadership positions, maybe old men shouldn't be in leadership positions? So because they don't have the requisite thymos either. Oh no, you're not saying that. So you're just making very large sweeping claims about men are one thing and women are another thing. That kind of stuff, sort of falls apart in your hands. But I also think that, don't you think it does speak to some people? And I think it speaks to people who have a female boss and they resent it and they find it slightly emasculating. The kind of people who, if a woman upset them, the word bitch would be pretty close to their lips, right? That's how dare you speak to me like that? You're just a woman. And I think that's closer to the surface in men, even men who are otherwise impeccably liberal, than perhaps we sometimes like to acknowledge. So I can see why this stuff does have a relatively wide appeal.
And the person of Donald Trump in the 2024 election became a vehicle for this feeling. This guy who stood up and pumped his fist covered in blood after an assassination attempt, rather than cowering behind his Secret Service guards or a lectern or, staying on the floor. This guy who would say anything he wanted to say, no matter who it offended, who did not play by the rules of feminized society. This man who kept driving forward through adversity, lawsuits and electoral losses, and made his own reality around him. That Trump, for all his sedentary lifestyle and obesity and the fact that he's, in advanced age and, I haven't measured his testosterone, but it's probably not that high anymore. But that Trump represents what masculinity in a way is supposed to be, which is an effort to dominate other people in a bid to achieve greatness for yourself, your kin, your country. And the liberal democracy had thwarted that until he came back and bust through and showed you could still do this.
But it's an incredible cherry pick, isn't it, about Donald Trump, the ultimate alpha male? In the same way that, this is what I find very difficult about all of this literature, is that it just implies that everybody is a kind of a Ken doll or a Princess Sparkle. Donald Trump is at the same time a man who wears more makeup than I do most days, a man who loves Sunset Boulevard. The man loves a musical, one of his better qualities. But you know what I mean? So those aren't the things that they're emphasizing. Actually, right, exactly.
Which I like about Donald Trump, right? I'm not dissing on him here, but so much of these people are engaged in a very Judith Butlerian level of gender performance. It is the most cisgender performance of heteromasculinity you could possibly imagine. And Trump, I think, in some ways what makes him appealing is he's got some of that, but he's got the other thing too, because he's actually not at his core an insecure, thwarted, little goblin.
Yeah, I personally find that much more appealing than I do the very pompous, we're all going to have a sauna together and us guys, but, it's definitely not gay. That sort of very terrified homophobia that sometimes comes out of some of those communities.
So let me take it here. Because, again, I want to try to run through some of these ideas. I think of one of the founding fathers of this in the New Right is this guy, Bronze Age pervert. Can you describe who that is?
He is a thinker whose real name is Costin Alamariu. He's Romanian, and he has a kind of whole persona, which is about bodybuilding and eugenics and Nietzsche. Yeah, those are maybe his three favorite things. And again, there's a kind of almost like I am Dracula kind of level to the hamming up the accent and that kind of stuff. So once again, this is somebody who's playing a character on the internet.
Yeah, it's very much the way I describe the book, which is aesthetically interesting, even if I think it's intellectually becomes a bit tedious. But it has this really Nietzsche for Gooners quality. It's very, very, romantic poetry, but filtered through 4chan lingo. Maybe it's worth. I want to play a clip of this interview he did with Michael Malice in 2024, talking about the problems of modernity.
Why is it disgusting? It's because it privileges safety and mere life, the preservation of life, at the expense of things that are exciting and great and free, And when I wrote this book in 2018, sorry to keep talking, Mike, if I may go.
No, this is why you're here.
But when I wrote this book in 2018, some people liked it because I expressed myself directly and with humor and so on. And they said, "Oh, okay, Bab, this is very nice, but is it really true?" And then what happened, people will say, "No, I planned it." No, I didn't plan it. The pandemic happened, which basically, I think, demonstrated the truth of what I'm saying. In the pandemic, in my view, was a mass sacrifice of the world's youth to the desires of disgusting old people who sacrificed the youth. And also to women, frankly, especially, the middle-aged, sterile woman who made the pandemic procedures her whole life. It gave meaning to her life. I saw it in action,
I can't tell you how much joy it brings me to hear you with your accent say the phrase, these middle-aged sterile women. It's just,
So the reason I think that clip is useful, and this book, Bronze Age Mindset, got written up in the Claremont Review of Books. There are reports that most young staff in the Trump administration had read it. It had become a piece of code passed back and forth, samizdat. The reason I think that clip is interesting is it combines the two things the book does, which is this sense that there is something more than mere life, right? He says the preservation of life at the expense of things that are exciting, great, and free, with the kind of campy provocateurism, it makes me so excited to hear you say middle-aged, sterile women. What's this idea about privileging safety and mere life over things that are exciting and great and free?
Well, this is the idea that women, because of their lack of thymos and testosterone, are, weak and empathetic, and they don't want to put themselves in situations of danger. So this is the idea that essentially the whole world has one kind of giant HR department telling you that you're not allowed to do the things you wanted to do anymore, particularly the kind of things that young men want to do. And I mean, I can understand why people feel like that, but I also think that, again, I find a huge amount of complacency, I think, has driven it. I don't think people would be talking like that in a time when they had lost 3 of their 8 children to a preventable disease before the age of 2. I don't think they would have been talking about that when immediately after the First World War, right? When you could quite easily have lost 4 of your sons in a completely pointless advance 2 miles across France. This is an ideology that is born out of fat modernity itself, right? The luxury that they have to play with these ever so spicy ideas are because they've never lived these lives. I don't think if you went over to somewhere that is currently in the middle of a conflict and you said to them, are you all enjoying this incredibly dangerous masculine experience that you're having? I think no. I think they'd like a stable food supply and peace. So, it's ironic that they talk about Fukuyama because this is what he predicted in the end of history. He said that you're going to end up with people who are just bored, full of ennui, and they're going to have to find things to sort of entertain themselves because they don't have the material deprivations and challenges that previous generations have. And that's what I hear when I hear that. I hear, that we're all having a go at Karens on a podcast. Isn't it so spicy? And you think, what has this got to do with the Spartans? This is this just fake cosplay version of masculinity that everybody is kind of indulging in. These people could sign up to the army. They could go and serve in a war. And they've not chosen to do that. They've chosen to become podcasters.
I think
it's interesting.
The LARPing point of that is, I think, very important because it is a bunch of intellectuals in elite competition with other intellectuals, a bunch of humanities academics. I mean, Bronze Age Pervert went to Yale, was it?
He's definitely spent a few terms teaching, I think at Emory. But this is, and that's the same thing with Lomes. He was an academic. Charles Cornish Dale has a PhD. Many of my friends are academics, but I can see how it slightly deranges people.
This is an elite overproduction problem.
Right, it does. As soon as I was thinking about this, I started thinking about Peter Turchin's idea of surplus elites. That, and some of these people, perhaps they didn't fit in socially at universities and colleges. Perhaps they didn't fit in politically, but they had that same kind of yearning in them to be intellectuals and to be taken seriously. And this provides an outlet for that.
One thing that I find interesting about the modern right is it can't seem to decide on when its nostalgia is for.
Yeah.
So there's a dimension of it that's for the 1950s. I think of that as more where Donald Trump has based his remembrance of politics, and he was around for that, so fair enough. But then you have people who seem to be looking back to earlier in the country's history, but it has stretched way beyond that now, all the way to sort of pre-modern, much more directly pagan view. There's a lot of primitivism in all of this. A lot of society is filled with chemicals and endocrine disruptors, right? It connects to the Maha movement in that way. But this question of when were human beings human? When were men men? When were women women? There actually isn't agreement on it.
No, you're right. Somebody like Doug Wilson, Pete Hegseth's congregation founder, he seems to, he basically sort of wants to live in Salem circa 1650, as far as I can see.
The liberation of women was a false flag operation. The true goal was the liberation of libertine men. And in our day, this was a goal that has largely been achieved. These were men who wanted the benefits for themselves that would come from easy divorce, widespread abortion, mainstream pornography, and a promiscuous dating culture. The early 20th century was characterized by the Christian wife. The early 21st century is characterized by the tattooed concubine. And these sons of Belial have the chutzpah to call it progress for women.
That's, that for him is his vision. Other people, have that vision of 1950s suburbia. Other people look to the Romans or the Greeks or the Spartans even. There's a big excitement about the Spartans. Other of them take inspiration from kind of Nietzsche, which is interesting to me, right? So Nietzsche is writing these critiques of modernity at the end of the 19th century, at which point he's making all the same criticisms about his society that they're making now. And you think, well, hang on a minute, this is a vastly less industrialized society. This is before the invention of antibiotics, all of this kind of stuff. So how can this be exactly the same criticism now? And it goes in the other direction too. So one of the things I read for the piece was this very famous essay on the Longhouse by Lomes, which is constantly referred to. And his idea is that there were these matriarchal societies, or there were these communal dining halls that were overseen by a den mother, and they were ruled by kind of petty bitching and backbiting and ostracism, while the men were going out doing manly things. And one of the things I thought was, oh, right, that's interesting. I wonder what society he's referring to then. I should go out and like read a bit more about, what these places were actually like. And he's not referring to anything. He says there's no specific historical reference. And he says, in any case, one can't really define the Longhouse, lest it should lose its force to lampoon the vast constellation of social forces it imagines. And I thought, well, that's extremely convenient, isn't it? You're invoking this terrible thing that happened in history, except it didn't happen in history in any way that you can concretely describe. And in any case, you don't want to define it because it's more a vibe, really.
But this is the grammar of a lot of this constant, are we joking? Are we serious? I mean, when you talk about almost any of these people, almost any of these books, it's all the ethos of the troll, where the real argument is being smuggled in, gift wrapped in irony and imagery and jokes and, oh, I'm only kidding. And are you really offended? Such that to argue with it has a little bit of the quality of arguing with smoke. And in some ways, that is its point. One of the things many of these screeds are say explicitly is that, they're a reaction to empiricized, bloodlessly technocratic modernity. There's an idea that to sort of cohere things into that fact-based form is to force yourself into a form of argumentation that by its very nature misses deeper truths about life.
Right, but that does get on my nerves because as somebody who spent a decade writing about feminism, the thing that you constantly got assailed with was, why, you're just talking about feelings, you're not talking about facts. If you look at the facts, actually, they're against you. And so it's quite odd to have pivoted into an era in which apparently actually, we're not that interested in facts. We're actually just interested in vibes again. But yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think I've thought a lot about what the point of the offensiveness of the language is. And clearly part of it is about a kind of signal, like we're all guys in here, you're cool with this, like a sort of initiation rite, essentially. Like, if you don't blanch at somebody using the N-word in the group chat, that's it. You're allowed in the club. And the other thing is about this idea that you trip up liberals because essentially you say, I want to sterilize retards. And then everybody goes, how dare you say the word retards? But what you've done is you've invoked a very old idea about sterilization of the unfit for breeding. And the idea would be just as abhorrent if you used extremely clinical language about it as your deliberately offensive, firework language. But you've trapped your opponents at the level of kind of going, about the exact words in which you're wrapping it.
I want to try to, because I will say I had a really quite negative reaction to a bunch of this. The part of it that I could recognize and the part of it that I do understand why it connects to people is it is an effort to pull up ideas of the Romantics, ideas from Nietzsche, into a modernity that often feels very hollow. I mean, you talked about this, I think, as battery cage modernity. And when he's talking about more than mere life, and probably when he's talking about in the book, before I get into what I don't like about the book, the thing that he is often getting at and articulating in a way that is, 4chan poetic, is that there has to be something more than this. That there has to be a way that is more authentic to be a human being, more authentic to expressing the energy of life that moves within us that we don't know how to talk about, but we do feel. And that modernity has very little language for, particularly disenchanted modernity. Than this. And the place where the book has, I think, genuine moments of appeal and inspiration is in the channeling of that sense, which is a very old sense, that there is some form of immediate experience that industrial society alienates us from.
I mean, I think that's probably why Nietzsche is such a reference point, because you have the sense both of an intellectual who is not appreciated or known in his own time. Right? Nietzsche goes mad after seeing a horse being beaten in the street and spends the last decades of his life just sitting in a corner, his mind completely broken.
An icon of masculinity, if there ever was.
An icon of masculinity. massive moustache, to be fair. He did have a very impressive moustache, but but also had these delusions of grandeur, right? He's got a book that's, I believe, literally called Why I Am So Great. And the idea of the Übermensch is that everybody around you is essentially cattle and you're not. And that is every member of the kind of intellectual dark web's theory of the universe, right? Was that, they're a sheeple and everybody else is them, but I alone have seen through it. So there is this inherent kind of narcissism to it about the idea of kind of being an Übermensch that I think you really, that doesn't surprise. That's a reference point to me there. The Christianity I struggle with more. Right? So I'm not religious myself, but I was raised in a very religious household. My parents are Catholic. My dad was a deacon in the Catholic Church. My mum was a religious studies teacher. And their practice of Christianity was, I think, an incredibly positive one. They would go and give the sacrament to the sick, and they'd go and visit nursing homes, people who didn't have anyone else to visit them. They would volunteer in soup kitchens, for example. Like, their idea of Christianity was one that was based around service to other people. And I don't really see a great deal of link between that and the version of, even in the persona of Jesus, right? So the persona of Jesus in the Gospels, he says, "Blessed are the meek." He is in some ways an incredibly feminine figure, a passive one. He lets things happen to him. He doesn't storm into, Pontius Pilate's front room with an AK-47 and gun everyone down. He lets himself be killed to die for our sins. And therefore, there's this interesting sense that actually Jesus is kind of slightly an embarrassment to some of these people. They've had to, in this American Christianity, particularly evangelical Christianity, had to retcon him as a much more masculine figure than the biblical record suggests. I raised this with someone, one of the pastors I interviewed in Doug Wilson's church, and I said this. I said it's really hard to match up your idea of this masculine, patriarchal Christianity with the Bible. And he said, "Oh yeah, but remember when Jesus overturned the tables in the temple, the moneylenders?" So there again has been a kind of attempt to go back through the Christian tradition and find the bits you like. Often these guys are more keen on St. Paul than they are on Jesus, because St. Paul was a preacher. He was a controversialist. He was someone who had he literally had a divine revelation, and then he was also somebody who was patriarchal. There are lines from there saying, godly women should be quiet, women shouldn't be preaching. So, the relationship with Christianity is also very tense, I think.
Well, there's a desire for the order or the perceived order of the Catholic or Greek Orthodox Church, not, I think, for the social radicalism of Jesus Christ.
Well, it's also very funny because successive popes just turn out to be a terrible disappointment to them, which is just like, so somebody who was raised Catholic, just very funny. No, have we got another pope? Does he agree with? No. He also keeps saying things about the poor. Oh, gross.
I mean, yeah, this is a practical problem. But there's a split, and I think Louise Perry was the first one. I heard her talk about this, and it's actually helped me think about this, between the pagan side of the New Right and the Christian side of the New Right. And Bronze Age pervert is on the pagan side. And I want to go back to what you're saying about hierarchy and the Übermensch and Nietzsche. This is a quote from his book. He writes, "Nietzsche never forgot that the fundamental fact of nature is inequality. And this is something these people, the followers of Heidegger and Heidegger himself to a great degree, all forget. It is madness to ask the common prefab run of man to fashion his own way, his own religion. The many find solace and meaning only in submission. It is good that this is so, and they shouldn't be made to feel shamed for it. So much of the modern idiocy is based on shaming those who would find true pleasure in submission. The long chain of being is held together by command and obedience." And this is really the core politics of this book and a lot of these, which is that we have ended up in this Christianized, liberal democracy that believes in equality, and in doing are subverting and denying the hierarchical dominance and obedience structures of nature.
Right, but when you read some of that stuff, don't you think it's a bit like how people who regress to their past lives always end up that they would have been Cleopatra? They would never have been some guy who died as a toothless peasant at the age of 12. There is a kind of belief that if they lived in these ancient hierarchical societies, they would be one of life's winners. I went back through my notes from when I was reading The Last Man, and I've written, do we want to return to a civil service run by eunuchs? Right? Is Elon Musk ready to make the ultimate sacrifice? Because actually that's much better if you have a professional eunuch class who are looking after democracy. No, there's loads of stuff from this period that they don't want to take back. And all of it is really predicated on the idea that, yeah, if you want to go back to Roman times, you're going to be a Roman citizen, not a slave, right? You're one of life's winners. So that's inevitably what you would have ended up as. And the thing I kept coming back to was this thought experiment by the philosopher John Rawls, The Veil of Ignorance. You know, you should make decisions not knowing which side of the outcome you'd end up on. And if I said to you, do you honestly want to take your chances if you could be any citizen in the Roman Empire at any time or any citizen in America today? I think almost everybody would take their chances being born in contemporary America rather than thinking that you were going to end up as, you know, Caligula. Probably not. You're probably going to end up as essentially a 12-year-old girl who got raped by her master every night. You know,
Sure.
There is just this kind of, but then I think this comes back to this idea that they are special people and therefore they don't live in a society where they're able to exercise that specialness anymore.
Sure. And this was
Overheated.
Playing child roles because we don't live beyond the veil of ignorance. And acting as if we do. And ordering society as if we do. Turns out to have this fundamental problem, which is that it subverts the natural way men are supposed to be, which is it is the expression of these competitive, aggressive, ambitious, even violent instincts, which maybe we didn't realize it at the time, but we now know are a potent driver of civilizational progress. And we follow these things when they are thwarted. And that's what I understood saying when you talked about it. Is that what you hear? Or is that what you speak?
Version of that, right? Which is that here in the developed world, we live in aging societies, and that has profoundly shaped how decisions are made in just ways that we're only really beginning to reckon with now. I'm not sure if that's so much about gender as it is about an aging society. If you live in a much younger society, then the young people are the kind of dominant force, and they set the rules. Well, at the moment, we live by the baby boomers' their social conditions that they find most amenable to them. But the other bit that I think is worth taking away from this, and I don't want to dismiss all this stuff out of hand. I wrote in Difficult Women about the problems of boys in school, which again I think are real. I think there are lots of boys who find it really difficult to sit still for 8 hours a day, and they're not encouraged to kind of burn off their energy. And the whole school model has been framed around this idea of the kind of good girl who sits there passively and kind of just digests information in a way that doesn't suit lots of boys. The New York Times had a really interesting report a couple of months ago about ADHD diagnosis in teenagers. And one of the things I took away from that is that lots of them don't end up on medication that they start as teenagers in adulthood because they find a job that suits them better than being cooped up in school, put into this box that I think is particularly restrictive for boys. You know, if we're going to take some of this ideology, perhaps we do say that girls and boys, on average, maybe there are some differences between them, and that we need to be more attentive to the ways in which some bits of modern society aren't set up well for boys.
I think it's worth dwelling on this for a minute. And I've had Richard Reeves on the show, who's written a lot and done a lot of work on this. One place a lot of these ideas have magnetized towards, because it acts as a genuine, true justification for the idea of something being wrong, is that there is something going wrong for men and boys. I mean, we talked a few minutes ago about falls in testosterone and sperm quality. I mean, that's measurable and strange, and it's been going on for many decades now, and we should, I think about it and worry about it. But you also have men's wages not doing great. You have girls performing much better than boys in high school, much more likely to enroll in college. Men today are 5 times likelier than in the 90s to say they don't have any close friends. They are 4 times more likely to die by suicide. Sometimes this can all get framed as a competitive race with girls, like as if, it would be fine if both genders were dying by suicide at the same rate. But that's not the way I think about it. That boys are not doing great on their own terms. And the sense that, perhaps society's evolved in a way, whether that is in terms of the chemical soup and the microplastics that we're all exposed to from childhood now, all the way up to the structure of school, the structure of the workplace, the idea that it is more recently evolved in a way that is, not good for boys and men, it's not a crazy thought. And I think it's something worth, when you look at this data, taking seriously.
It's not a crazy thought. I think of it differently to that, which is I think that there are girl-specific problems and there are boy-specific problems, and then there are some problems that affect all young people, screen usage. But that you break that down and it affects boys and girls in different ways. Again, these on averages with huge amounts of exceptions. We're always talking very broad brushstrokes here. But there is some evidence, I think, that things like comparing yourself to other bodies and faces on Instagram hits girls particularly harder. Social contagions of particular things hit girls harder. And then at the same time, you get boys who are funneled towards crypto, gambling, day trading. Those things are more heavily peddled to men. We know that the majority of problem gamblers are men. But this comes out, I think we're still steeped in this idea that everything is a kind of neat oppressor-oppressed binary. And in the case of gender, that's, there are still things in ways in which, like sexual violence being a very obvious example, that, women are oppressed by men. But I think we can also get to this stage now where we say it's not actually a competition. A lot of time it's capitalism is doing it to both boys and girls, doing unpleasant things, right? In the service of social media companies making a profit, girls are being shown huge amounts of very filtered images of what faces can look like. And I think we just probably need to find this slightly new way of talking. I try and discourage, feminists from sort of framing everything in kind of men are doing this to us kind of way. And I think the real downfall of a lot of this discussion is it's almost impossible to have a conversation about men on its own terms in lots of these parts of the right without it having to be in some point women's fault. Yeah. And if we could just break that chain, those conversations would be a lot healthier. And I think liberals would be a lot happier in participating in them, right? If it can be, actually, maybe we got some bits of the COVID response wrong, schools should have opened earlier in California, that's a conversation people are going to be much happier to have if it's not done some childless cow did this to you, right? Because at that point, I'm like, I'm out. I'm not interested in what else you have to say at that point. Sorry, if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, then we won't have this argument.
There's this interesting dimension in a bunch of these books where it does feel to me you're watching, both in these books actually and in culture broadly, men import what has more traditionally been a huge problem for women and girls really quite rapidly, which is this obsession with unrealizable body aesthetics. Bronze Age pervert, true to the name, is known for constantly posting pictures of, tanned and muscled male bodies. Raw egg nationalist Charles Cornish Dale, weightlifter, talks a lot about that in his book. There's this whole idea of the pursuit of beauty as a way of aligning yourself to higher good. This is from the Bronze Age pervert mindset in its sort of weird internet grammar. In same way, see from all this that aesthetic physique has the most cosmic significance. And it is because of what I've said so far that aesthetic bodies are a window to the other side because they're the pinnacle of nature. The book is full of just like hatred for the obese. He keeps calling it like yeasty, physiques. You now see Clavicular, who, is like the biggest streamer of the moment, who is this looks maxer, who has like, I think has become deranged and is clearly in a very unhealthy spiral, appearing in court, overdosing on live streaming, as he has this like crazy stack of testosterone and other things that have made him infertile. Like you're watching like a mass social body dysmorphia emerge very rapidly, it seems to me, among men. And one thing I see in the stuff in the new right, like this.
Clavicia took so much testosterone that he became infertile. Yeah. That's insane. I hope Tommy's not watching that shit. Pretty crazy. Crazy times you're living in. I just don't see it. I don't see that these issues in Japan so much. Both my sons have lots of friends. They hang out. Seems like it.
The one place, I want to talk about this more broadly, but the one place where they seem to have an idea of self-mastery or discipline for men, but it's all this homosocial weightlifting competition.
That's the interesting thing about it, is that it's all done for other men. And you used to find people on the men's rights internet would talk about women's intersexual competition and the fact that they were all kind of doing all these sort of things for each other. And I think, I just think about that a lot, is that a lot of it is done to impress other men. At the same time as having this intense anxiety about homosexuality. But it also has this deep, and that quote you bring out has this deeper eugenic quality to it, right? If you go back and read Buck versus Bell, the famous eugenic judgment by the Supreme Court, this idea of the unfit, the morons, the imbeciles, and then the physically handicapped, and the degenerate, that kind of Nazi language. There is the idea that there are life's winners who are physically perfect and mentally acute, and then there are life's losers who are, you can even read in their features that they are subhuman. Yeah, that's got such a long, dark history. Even in America, on the left as well as the right. Even in California, there were thousands of people sterilized for mental and physical disabilities in the 20th century. So these are ideas that were in circulation, and they could be again. These are not, we like to think that all of these things just got ruled out completely after the Second World War. Why? So many other things that you would never have thought would come back have come back. This idea that there are sort of subhumans. You find them all that so often in the kind of right-wing and non-discourse on things like X.
You see it all over these books too. I mean, there's an explicit passage in Bronze Age Mindset where he talks about the problem of the Jews and their pallid, nerdy, they've made everybody want to be these intellectual, conceptual, not sort of connected to the real vital forces of being alive. And I mean, this is very old-fashioned anti-Semitism. And he, tries to soften it by saying, well, when I say the Jews, I'm not saying just the Jews or all the Jews, but it's straightforward. I mean, he uses the term directly, which is maybe to say all this is very old. This is all very old, and it expresses itself as old, right? It's Bronze Age. It's going back into Christian nationalism. It is all making this argument that modernity has taken a wrong turn. It has taken a wrong turn in all of this equality among men and women, among people of different races and ethnic backgrounds, among the idea that people in different countries have equal worth. A lot of it is framed as like a debate about gender roles or sexual facts, but a huge amount of it is just about the past versus the present, and whether or not our modern values are a betrayal of our baser and more fundamental instincts.
I mean, that's why it's appealing, because it's saying if you are alive today and unhappy, it's because of modernity. And it may be any other number of other things, but it gives, it specifically addresses itself to people who are alienated by society in whatever way it might be, and latches onto that. Who does someone like Andrew Tate appeal to go back to the kind of broader manosphere? It's actually young teenage boys, right? It's actually at that period of age where, you're getting all these messages about how men are patriarchs and toxic masculinity and blah, blah, blah. But you are maybe small and frightened, and you don't really know if you're going to have any friends or girls who are going to want to date you. It preys on people at the most insecure moments of their life. For a long time, the men's rights internet was specifically aimed itself to like recent divorcees, who were also absolutely primed to hear some, thoughts about how women are kind of pretty awful. And I think that is really sad, because that's the bit where I find these people quite predatory if they're taking people who have got genuine personal problems and supplying a kind of ready-made, like, bad guy for them to fixate onto, which is probably not going to go anywhere. Like, what can you do about these things if you think that the world is rigged against you? This is funny because they all believe very much in like being, having agency. But if you feel that the world is this gynocracy, then like how are you supposed to navigate that? You just keep consuming more of their content and kind of wallowing in your own stew.
We've been talking here about various essays and books written by the men of this, but one of, I think, the most influential essays in the space that is also framed as more of an actionable set of policy ideas is by Helen Andrews in her essay, The Great Feminization. So who's Helen Andrews and what was the argument of that piece?
Helen Andrews writes for Compact magazine, and the argument with that, it starts with Larry Summers being outed from president of Harvard in the 2000s. And this is the kind of first moment, really, when there were so many women in academia that they had a hysterical overreaction to his public comments, that maybe there weren't so many women in STEM because, they're just innate lack of aptitude or interest, essentially. And this is portrayed as this kind of warning sign of like the feminist freakouts that are about going to dominate the next 2 decades. And then Andrews goes on to make this case that you have far more female lawyers, far more female doctors, far more female academics, and they are not interested in the pursuit of truth and justice and rigor. They are driven by feelings. And so in the law, that will translate to the fact that they will just feel quite bad for criminals and kind of not want to discipline them and punish them appropriately. In academia, it means that you stop asking hard questions with uncomfortable answers and you instead end up having a kind of hippie kumbaya drum circle where everybody talks about their positionality. And there is obviously something there that spoke to a lot of people. I mean, the reason that I wrote about it is that, again, I had this sense of smoke and sand, in that I tried to go through the specific evidential claims that were being made and see whether or not they stack up. One of which being that wokeness is an epiphenomenon of demographic feminization. There's something to practice as a tongue twister. But the idea essentially that if you get too many women in an organization, it will collapse into kind of bitching and backbiting and all the things that characterized that period of whatever you want to call that peak woke of 2020. And it was incredibly viral essay. I wrote a lot of articles taking issue with some of the things that happened in that period. I don't know if you can separate out correlation and causation in all of those times. I don't think you can ever draw a neat line, which is when women in an organization get above 60%, then organization collapses. And that's kind of the claim that basically Andrews makes, which is that these bureaucracies run by women become just self-perpetuating and squalid. Well, go and read the government inspector or something like that. Bureaucracies have been, Kafka was onto this when it was all men. This is just a quality of bureaucracy. It's just now that we have moved into a situation in which the majority of people in things like HR, university administration, they are female, that it's become, well, hang on a minute, this is just yet another sign of creeping evil feminization. The other one that got to me was, I looked into the Larry Summers thing. First of all, his reported comments were very much skimming the surface of what his private emails to Jeffrey Epstein revealed his views on gender to be. And I'm not entirely confident that I want to say that his colleagues who obviously knew him a lot better didn't think this is a very good chance to get rid of somebody who we think might be a liability to us. Often in cancellations that I've covered, there has been something else going on, something office politics-y going on. The other thing that I found out was 2006, the year that happened, 4/5 of Harvard's tenured faculty were men. So the claim is, there was a feminist backlash to the things he said, but it took place within an organization that was still at that point ruled and run by men. So it's not as simple as suddenly Harvard became a citadel of women, and therefore at that point it didn't tolerate anybody saying anything it disagreed with. There's much more complicated things going on.
I found that essay so strange and maddening. She was on Ross's show, which is an episode worth watching, debating that. But her argument...
She was on, it's exactly the same problem in that episode of Ross's show. She's on with Leila Bresco-Sargent, and they bring up a discrimination case, which she frames as being some women objected to a kind of slightly porny poster. And it turns out to have been a pretty explicitly pornographic poster. And the woman, in a very male-dominated workplace, experienced that as sexually aggressive. Once you get to that stage with an essayist where you go, I'm going to have to go and follow every single citation down the rabbit hole to find out if you've really represented this, or have you just, have you come to a conclusion first and just had this chain of stuff that lines up below it? That to me is fatal. So I tried, I tried to read things with an open mind. I think she captured something important that many people felt. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a reaction to it. But I became increasingly annoyed at the vibesiness of it.
Well, there's just this reality that the essay, I think, avoids confronting in any way. So her basic argument, among other things, is cancellation is an explicitly female way of meting out punishment. Cancellation is a feminine punishment, whereas getting punched in the face is a male punishment. And so this age of cancellation has just reflected the tipping point of women taking over workforces. Among just other completely obvious questions about this, is cancellation an exclusively female way of doing things? Or when the Trump administration went around getting people fired for saying a bad thing about Charlie Kirk after his murder, or when they went around firing anybody who had used the term diversity in a grant application, was that cancellation being done by a very male-dominated structure? It's constant to watch what she is describing as a outcome of female domination, and to say, no, this is quite obviously what social media makes possible. And that the period in which he's talking is a period of algorithmic social media taking over as the primary communications platforms. And in this period, you also have Slack coming into workplaces. And it creates this capacity for like individual instances to be raised up, to ricochet everywhere. But you can just look around. You look on the right, you look as you're noting, I mean, did the communists not cancel people? Did they handle everything by having a upfront direct discussion about differences in which the men hashed it out and got to a truth outcome?
Was Senator McCarthy actually secretly a woman? It's a really big thing. But like, even the word ostracism, right? The word ostracism comes from the ancient Greek practice of writing down people's names on is it like a stone or pottery tablet, and then they are banished from outside the city walls. That is done in a society in which women were explicitly second-class citizens. You can take all the women out, and people decide that there are sometimes ways that you settle disputes that don't involve violence. Yes, this is a correlation causation question, right? Yes, obviously things like cancellations and indirect conflict have increased, but is that just part of a wider social shift away from violence? Someone like Steven Pinker would argue that's just true. We live in a less violent society than our equivalent countries were in 1800 when people were dueling. And is that about women's entry into the public square? Maybe it is, but maybe it's also about a bunch of other things too.
Here's the other thing that I found very strange in a bunch of these different books. And what you just said gets at it. They don't really try to argue normatively that the changes have been bad. So I think dueling was bad.
Big, strong.
I'm going to make this claim. And I think that the way we have gotten, I mean, maybe until very recent past, but over time, better and better and better at living in complex societies without falling into civil war with each other. I think that has been a human advance. That the kind of self-mastery we have developed and the virtues of liberal democracy that became taken often for granted, even if not always followed, they reflected progress. One thing I found strange about BAP, about the Last Men, which particularly I found this flaw in, he has all this thing about how if you rub testosterone gel on men and then put them in a dominance game, they're more comfortable with hierarchy. Is that good? Like, am I supposed to prefer that they don't look for more win-win outcomes when you like slather? Like, I don't want to be slathered in testosterone and become worse at cooperation. I have enough trouble like limiting my own competitive instincts as it is. And, it's in Helen Andrews' piece too that, what she, in some ways, if I'm going to be maximally generous, is talking about the HRification of, modernity. And yes, in modernity, you have a lot of big institutions. And as institutions get bigger, they bureaucratize, and this can be a problem. I've written a book, Abundance, in part about the problems of institutional incentives taking over. But nevertheless, there is a dynamic here where you are trying to make complexity and scale work at a very high level. And that does require you to have rules, procedures, approaches to managing difference that are not dueling. And I bring this up both because I think it's a weakness in the pieces, but also because I think it actually gets at something that is significant here, which is the implicit vision and sometimes the explicit vision of masculinity in these books I found deeply depressing, like almost repellent. And
it's funny you say that, because it made me think that none of these things are the things that I love about men. You know, I'm someone who's always had loads of male friends. I'm very, very happily married for a decade. And some of the things I love about men are, for example, their ability to become completely nerdily obsessed with very stupid things. You know, just like that, like level of intensity of focus. You know, I absolutely love my dad's terrible jokes that are passed into family lore that we all repeat back to him. You know, there are just so many different models of masculinity that are just, I think the word I would put is comfortable. You know, that idea of the great thing that you become a dad or you follow your interests and you become comfortable with the person you are and you just radiate that. Maybe maybe you are a bit weird. Maybe you're into model trains, whatever it might be. That's all good. You know, you'd like to read a lot of books about the Second World War. All of these things are very true of many of my friends. You know, just I was just having a conversation about it with somebody who said, "Oh yeah, no, my friend's boyfriend got really into all this stuff," and of course they're not together anymore. Right. So women don't want to be with anxious, controlling men. And as a result of the fact that they can earn their own wages and we have divorce, they don't have to be. So you have to find some way in which they have to put up with it. But you know, I just think if you really want a successful relationship with a woman, probably looks maxing is less good than being thoughtful, sending a gift occasionally. Like, you know, I think if you asked, I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of all women here, always a good idea. But if you said, do you want a 10 out of 10 incredibly chiseled ab boyfriend, or do you want one who will have dinner ready for you when you've had a really long day out? Almost all of them, I think, would probably pick the small, thoughtful acts of kindness over stone cold hottie. I just think that's how it works. And I think that's, again, is kind of, it's a big part of this political project. Is very difficult to accomplish if women don't have to put up with it. But what I find so unsettling about the visions of masculinity and lots of these books is they seem so anxious at the same time as calling women anxious. They seem so unsettled, so on edge. They don't feel happy. They feel stressful to me. And that's me reading them as a woman. I don't know if you had that same experience as a man.
I'll go maybe further than you, as a man who loves being nerdily obsessed with issues.
Right.
I think it is fair to say that a vision of masculinity has to begin at some level with recognizing that biologically men are stronger, more aggressive, just physically. And as such, masculinity in its healthy spaces and its healthy development has tended to insist upon self-mastery and discipline. It is a way of channeling strength and competitiveness and aggression, and yes, testosterone and thymos, in a direction that is pro-social, in a direction that is committed to its obligations to others, to children. I am amazed at how little there is about fatherhood in these books.
But that's why, as with many eugenicist fans, lots of these people don't have kids themselves.
Yep.
And also, while having lots of, attacks on childless cat ladies,
Yes.
lots of these people also don't have children.
It was this one, as I read more of this and I read, some of the people you had written about, this is what I mean, that I came out less sympathetic to all this and I went into it with, I had assumed that all this talk about virtues, somewhere he was going to talk about what. But no, they just like the word virtues because it sounds old, and they like old things because they think it was better before. There's no virtues anywhere here, and the way you see it is in the people who are now, I think, the leading voices. You have Donald Trump, this virtueless, disinhibited, incredibly corrupt man with his multiple wives, his endless amount of sexual harassment, his inability to control himself and be decent to other people. You have Nick Fuentes, it's like incel in a basement, railing against women, unmarried, has no children, does not connect himself in obligations to others, to community, to any of the things that build the kind of civilization he claims to want. Doug Wilson, this Christian nationalist pastor, who, as you mentioned, is the founder of the sect Pete Hegseth is in. Pete Hegseth has tweeted out Doug Wilson's attacks on women voting. Doug Wilson, who has severed his Christianity from all of the humility and care and compassion and radicalism that you just read on the literal words of the Bible. I mean, what is the sermon? Where is a Sermon of the Mount in any of his work? I find it appalling. I really, this was the part that like I actually found myself having a more emotional reaction to. Like, where are any good men here? I'm not against the critique that the left did not create space for a healthy vision of masculinity. I agree with that critique. But this is so fucking warped where these people have ended up. This is a terrible vision of what it means for to be a man. It means to be an adult.
Yeah, I don't want to live in the world that they envision. And I think it's also a recipe for anxiety. This idea that you have to have a woman that you control. And actually, if she does things, if she's disobedient, that's a bad reflection on you, and it's humiliating to you. I think is a recipe for both violence in relationships, but also deep insecurity and unhappiness. You should have somebody. For me, the vision of like equal partnerships is just that it's so much more relaxing. You have freely chosen each other, and every day you make that commitment to stay together. It's not like if one of you leaves, you'll be destitute, and or whatever it might be, or you're living in fear all the time. You have freely made this commitment. To me, that is a much more positive vision for a heterosexual relationship than the kind of thing that I'm seeing in this, which is about kind of capturing a woman and kind of and holding on tight to her and having these kids that are there because essentially they're miniature versions of you, right? That they perpetuate your empire. You see that in the kind of Elon Musk belief that he wants to use surrogates to have to make himself the modern Genghis Khan.
I mean, man, so many of the friends I know have like 0 or 1 kid. Yeah. That's why I'm always banging the baby drum. Because I'm like, man, civilization's gonna, collapse. And no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, where do you think people come from? Like some magical fucking people factory?
Where's the bit in that about how joyful it is to be raising children? The idea that you are, these are their own independent human beings. They're not really, the carriers of your glorious surname into eternity. I didn't have a particularly emotional reaction to it. And I think I've just burned out my circuits after 15 years of writing about feminism because I just feel like misogyny is so deep a bigotry. It's so casually indulged. It's not treated seriously. If these guys were going around saying, I don't think black people should vote, I don't think Jews should vote, it wouldn't be seen as, aren't they kind of cute and they're putting some edgy things in them. Actually, even Nick Fuentes gone that far, right? Whereas you can say it about women because there's an assumption that it's a part of a continuum that starts with kind of stand-up comics doing stuff about how their girlfriend is annoying. This is all kind of good, rumbustious battle of the sexes fun. I mean, I know that these people despise me and everything about my life. And I sort of don't care because I like my life and I think it's a pretty good life. There is service involved to other people. And I think that I try and think about other people more than I think about myself. And all of those things I do find a bit missing in this literature, right? I think it's also why it's so popular now, is that a lot of it is essentially self-help. And that is the dominant literary genre of the age and the kind of dominant social media genre of the age.
This is what I want to say about it, because this is where I think I actually feel very strongly about it. I care about it because it is actually popular. Not necessarily some of the individual people we're talking here, but Andrew Tate clips, Nick Fuentes clips, right? These things are exerting a real cultural pull. And it is self-help. And it is self-help that has been cleaved from any kind of genuine pro-sociality. It is self-deformation. And that, I think, is really dangerous. I see this in a weird way with clavicular, this look maxer. Here's somebody who is cleaved. The desire to become maximally attractive from all the things that desire is supposed to do for you.
Right.
He has talked about how it has made him infertile. He has talked about how he couldn't possibly have a girlfriend because of the lifestyle he now leads. It's like we have taken the urge and severed it from the purpose. And so we have turned it pathological. Like, I watch him, and I don't think what he's doing is good for him. I don't think it's what attractiveness means. And I worry about all these like young boys who are now growing up in a online environment where they're being told this is what it means to be attractive. I don't think this is what women find attractive. Like, but it's cleaved off from all these other things that make somebody a compelling person, their warmth, their imperfections also. And I'm also, I will say this, that I think that the idea that liberalism broadly had so little of value to say about what it meant to be a man or a boy for so long. And we created this sort of social media world and often partnered with the people running it. You know, Mark Zuckerberg, a liberal in good standing for many years, and like abandoned kids into this farm of extremism, and they just created a space where any of this could thrive, where there wasn't a better competitor to it. And there's a lot going on in society. None of it's monocausal, but I really worry about this world in which this is what is passing for self-help, because I think if you followed it, you would not help yourself. You would make yourself into someone much worse. And many people are.
Kitty?
And that is failure not of these trolls, but a failure of the mainstream to actually have a vision of human flourishing and self-improvement that feels vital to people.
Yeah, I think about this a lot because, it's a cliche to say at this point, but for people who have lost religion, you have lost a lot of community and regularity and to your life and a rhythm of your life too. The church in which I grew up, we had Palm Sunday and then Easter, and then you have Harvest Festival and then Advent and Christmas. There is a sense of like life's occasions being marked. There are baptisms and funerals. There is confession. There's a chance to kind of offload your sins. There are kind of rituals within that are probably deeply helpful to people as anchors within their lives. And while I can't say I have personal faith anymore, I think that it is a shame to have lost those structures in life. And I don't know if there is a way to recreate them. And I don't think any of this would be happening if we weren't all essentially spending 6 hours a day staring at a tiny little portal into madness, right? And I wish I could give it up. I feel like one of those people who goes, well, of course eating meat is terrible, and they're like, do you still like burgers? I do. And that's probably also true. But with the digital world, we have essentially hooked everybody up to a little dopamine drip. And I think that, the effect of that, particularly on young people who are still forming their opinions. If you look now at young men and women's political attitudes, you find this replication of young women are more left wing and young men are more right wing in lots and lots of countries now. It's a really interesting finding. And part of it, I think, has to be to do with kind of sex segregated algorithmic feeds and people spending more time in segregated online spaces than they do in the playground or the local youth centre or the pool hall or like wherever it might be. And those are really unhealthy things. Alice Evans has this theory, the sociologist, about young people de-radicalizing each other if they can just spend enough time together. And so, yeah, I think you're right to continue to bring this back to an almost spiritual discussion, because these ideas wouldn't be so popular if they weren't filling a lack and a feeling of ennui and alienation. And I would like those to be filled in a better way. But the starting point for that is recognizing that those feelings exist.
One thing this whole movement takes very seriously is aesthetics. And at every level of it, from Trump himself, who is very concerned with how the people around him look, how the spaces around him look, concerned in his own way with beauty, all the way down to these people like BAP, who at least put a certain conception of beauty, the physical form, at the center of their politics. One of the things that I think is interesting here is I do think they're on to at least this, which is that aesthetics has been almost an empty ground of politics for a long time. And I do think there's a hunger for more beauty in our lives, for politics to have aesthetic opinions. And so I'm curious how you weigh that, the sort of constant performance and camp of this movement, but also the kind of consistent belief that one of the problems of modernity is we've abandoned having sufficient views and emphasis on the beauty of our surroundings, our spaces, of our culture.
That's so interesting. I hadn't ever really thought about it like that, but you're right. I think every political party now has to pay such attention to aesthetics. It's just that MAGA has an aesthetic. I'm not sure if someone said to you, what's the Kamala Harris aesthetic? I'm not sure you could really sum it up. Or what's the Democrat aesthetic? For a while, it was the kind of, nevertheless, she persisted, I'm with her. Again, these are very like female-focused slogans. and the kind of, sort of lightweight corporate you-go girlism. But I wouldn't say that I think that the left has got a consistent aesthetic. I mean, the far left has, right? This is why you get all these kind of mean jokes about people with blue fringes and whatever it might be, and Palestine plushies and stuff like that. But the mainstream Democratic Party does not have a consistent aesthetic in the way that MAGA does.
Well, there's
to the extent that MAGA women often look a particular way, right? And MAGA men look a particular way.
I think about this actually a lot, and I've wanted to try to figure out how to do something about it. It does seem to me that the left has done too little thinking about its own aesthetic. One thing about the Zohran Mamdani campaign is it had a real aesthetic. It had colors. He dresses in a very certain way everywhere. Obama, of course, you go back to the famous, Hope and Change posters. You go back to that movement. It had, in its own way, an aesthetic. But one reason I think you see a much more thoroughgoing one in MAGA, an aesthetic that runs through not just the candidate and their graphic design, but the things they put on Twitter about architecture, the executive orders about classical architecture and beauty, what should be in a museum, is because it's fundamentally a movement about the past. And so it gives you the capacity to choose an aesthetic from the past you prefer and say that is beauty. And I think that when you're dealing with liberalism or other forms of left ideology or more left ideology in the American context, it's harder because you can't as naturally reach backwards. If you're so focused on critiques of the past, then endlessly you have to modernize it. So Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda has a real aesthetic, and what it does is it combines an aesthetic of the past into this multicultural update. So it's simultaneously honoring it and critiquing it. But that's actually hard to do. And so I think sometimes one of the reasons that the left has more trouble answering the question of what is beautiful is that the past is not a safe place for it to go.
And also that's related to optimism versus pessimism, because there is a version of that. Actually, Andy Burnham here in England is now running in a by-election from which he hopes is a springboard to then run for the Labour leadership and become Prime Minister. And he put out an advert. Now, the soundtrack is Oasis, so there's a 90s nostalgia. But a lot of the shots were of new skyscrapers that have gone up in Manchester. And his point there is, we are building stuff. Like, here is the place the future's being built, which I always thought would be the centerpiece of any kind of Gavin Newsom presidential run, right? Be like California, the place of the future. There's a bit of a problem with that, though, right? Which is that, and again, this maybe comes back to the aging society. How many people in America are excited about the future versus how many of them think it's a veil of joblessness, declining living standards, a heating planet, like all of these things, right? Who hates Waymos, which I think are awesome, having been to San Francisco recently. Like, I felt like I'm sitting in the future. Who hates them more than taxi drivers unions? Who hates driverless trains more than train drivers unions? And so, yeah, if they want to reclaim the idea that they're going to have futuristic aesthetics, that could be kind of awesome. But they would have to also deal with the fact that many people do not look forward to the future with a desperation to get there.
The difficulty is for that aesthetic that the left is very skeptical of technology, and that AI in particular has widened that skepticism. And so if you can't have an aesthetic of the future that is in some ways sci-fi and a little technopunk, then you're not left with very much because you don't like the past. You're not comfortable with the future. Donald Trump is president in the present, and I think it's hard. But I will say, I think this is one of the places where I'm most sympathetic to a thing happening in the new right, even if I don't like where they take it, which is culture is very powerful, and the aesthetics of culture are very powerful. And Trump's version of it is very specific, with the UFC on the lawn for, the 250th, and and Hulk Hogan at the RNC. His aesthetics, in a funny way, are very camp, but they're at least very central to him and his vision of politics. And we're in a much more visual culture. The way the platforms has moved is much more visual. And I don't think political movements that do not have both a visual identity and a visual perspective, a perspective on what is beautiful and what is to be culturally prized, are going to compete well in this era.
But that's also about the left tastemakers' hatred of the middle brow. I mean, just to take architecture, right? you have to show that you are a refined person by liking brutalism. And if you just preferred a nice Doric column and a nice whitewashed, whatever it might be, that's kind of basic. That's what normal people who don't know anything about architecture like. And the problem is that there are far more normal people than there are people who know a lot about architecture. And I think Trump has got that, right? Trump just has the tastes of a kind of normie person. He has the taste of a normal person who's got a lot of money rather than elite taste. I think there was a piece about this at the time of 2016 election, right? Everything he owns is covered in gold, which is what you kind of think, if like I said, I suddenly had loads of money, why wouldn't I cover anything in gold? Whereas the thing that if you're a high net worth person who flies on private jets and reads, Condé Nast Traveler magazine, everything should be in muted earth tones. So his exact lack of taste in elite sense is read by normal everyday people as he likes basic things that are easy to appreciate and nice. He wants presumably he wants that ballroom to look like the Roman Forum that people might have seen on on their holiday in Italy. So this is a bit about the kind of the left's hatred of the middle brow and the popular and the mainstream.
The best politics are always cringe.
I mean, you mentioned Hamilton. I love Hamilton as much as a white liberal millennial could. But I went back to see it a couple of years ago, and I was like, "Oh, this is Obama era cringe." And it's because it's so earnest and sweet, and now everything is so cynical and jaded that it's quite hard to put yourself back into the state to be able to appreciate someone who's just straightforwardly hopeful about the upward progress of America. So it does kind of read as cringe. But again, just in the same way that having no shame is a very useful asset in American politics, having no sense of cringe is probably also quite good.
I wish you could tell that to all the Democratic consultants. We've been talking about what these ideas mean for men, for their formation, for their possibilities, what kinds of grievances they emerge from. But what do they mean for women? One thing in your piece is really looking at what people who are at the vanguard of this movement are saying should be done, how the world should work. What are these people proposing?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a kind of suite of ideas. So no fault divorce, the rollback of that, right? Take it back to the idea that divorce, someone in the couple is to blame and they therefore get penalized. And one of the reasons that the feminist movement was very against that is that was used to punish women, essentially, to say you have been adulterous and disobedient and therefore, your kids should be taken away. And I've written in support of no fault divorce. We only got it here in Britain within the last decade, because I think that the one thing you need when you're trying to get through a relationship, if you have kids, is really this is a divorce, but this is also a co-parenting negotiation, and turning that into an adversarial fight from the very start is unlikely to end well. But that doesn't fit this kind of masculinist paradigm. The Heritage Foundation put out a report in January that said they wanted a kind of Manhattan Project to support families. They are against dating apps, daycare, single parent benefits. There is an argument there for
supporting a certain kind of family.
Right, exactly. They want tax breaks, right? So they want the American economic system and tax system to be re-geared towards being friendlier to the types of families that they think are the best ones. It's perfectly legitimate for them to make that argument. The reason that we have a situation the way that it is that people didn't like the idea that the children of a single mother were kind of starving over a principle. So I think they have an uphill argument on that. And then you get the kind of, the wilder fringes. So Doug Wilson, we mentioned a couple of times, he has an aspiration in 200 years that he wants household voting.
So in the fullness of time, a single woman would still be able to vote, but once she married, then her husband would vote for her? Is that...
Yeah, well, her husband wouldn't vote instead of her. Her husband would cast the vote that she and her husband and household, he was representing the whole household.
Right, but presumably he would have the power to simply decide what the household should be voting, right? I mean,
sure.
Isn't he in the leadership position there?
Yes, he would have, if they disagreed, he would break the tie, and he might break the tie by going with her desires, or he might break the tie his way.
More pressingly, he also thinks women shouldn't serve in combat roles in the military.
So women are created by God to be life givers, nurturers. That's how they're created. That's their function. That's their form. That's their creational identity. God gave them to be life for us. And you shall not take a woman who is given for the nurturing of life and turn her into a death agent.
And now that is, if I had to put my hand on my heart, I think that is also what Pete Hegseth believes.
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated.
And he has an aesthetic demand for his army. You know, he wants an army of people without beards. He's very clear about this. And I think Donald Trump has that too, right? There was that famous reporting about Donald Trump not wanting disabled veterans, in his parade. He's got a vision of what he thinks an army should look like. So there's all of that stuff is actually already happening. You've got the chair of the Equal Opportunity Commission, who has basically put out a kind of ambulance chasing lawyers ad saying,
are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible.
So there is also a hunger for using the instruments of the kind of pro-DEI bureaucracy in the other direction. And actually saying, well, we think it's white men's turn to get treated to some of this, be treated as a protected group and get some special latitude in some of these hiring decisions. Scott Yenna wants to, for example, reinstitute male-only military colleges. He thinks that having women in military training colleges, again, affects these kind of very manly, vigorous, slightly bullying standards, and they make everything a bit of an HR bureaucratic nightmare.
There's also, obviously, the Dobbs decision a couple of years back, which is, I think, significant, worth thinking about here. Some of these things feel like they're just not on the table, right? Like repealing the 19th Amendment. Doug Wilson can talk about that all he wants, but it's, I think, not going to be a demand of the Republican Party anytime soon. On the other hand, things make their way in weird ways. One question I've really had is, does this become a real agenda? Particularly after Trump. Because Trump has this quality of, one way he's able to hold this very strange coalition together is he gives everybody a little bit, and then he'll also happily represent the opposite. And he has such individual power over the Republican Party that what he says goes. The people behind him, the J.D. Vances and Pete Hegseth and R.K. Jr.'s, nobody has that kind of power. And so they both are often more true believers than he is. I don't think Donald Trump is reading Bronze Age Pervert or any of that stuff. And on the other hand, they have to promise more, and they will have to promise more to try to pull these influencers and institutions and churches and so on into their orbit. If this was to start getting traction as actual ideas, what would that look like?
But I think you've got to think about it equivalent to the campaign to end Roe versus Wade, which, while it was a kind of stretch goal of the religious right for decades, in the interim, what they did was make it much, much harder to have an abortion in the states where they controlled the state houses, right? Imposing regulation and legislation. There's stuff in Project 2025, for example, about making it harder to produce and distribute abortion pills, right? You find ways that are small tweaks, by imposing burdens on people that you just nudge towards your desired end state. As you say, I think it's relatively unlikely that J.D. Vance is going to go in front of the American people in 2028 and say, guys, vote for me. Well, half of you, or like women enjoy voting for the last time. You won't get to again, because it's wildly unpopular. In the same way that actually complete and total abortion bans are unpopular. But the one thing you would say about the American political system is, unfortunately, it is very friendly to minoritarian ideas. It is easy to capture, and for people who have got things that wouldn't pass a referendum to nonetheless smuggle them through by, controlling bits of government bureaucracy that no one pays attention to, by controlling state houses, for example. So that's how I see this agenda going forward. It will be through little tiny tweaks to the tax code or things like that, right?
And I guess it will also be through culture and through, how we treat each other and what is proposed. I don't know if you read this piece in New York Magazine by Sam Adler-Bell about the women leaving the MAGA right. I found it to be a very moving and very sad piece, where it's all these women who were influencers or involved in right-wing politics, and maybe they didn't like what they felt to be the school marmishness of the left, or maybe they had more Christian and conservative views. And they sort of nodded along and played along and even harnessed and argued for a lot of this. And then woke up one day and realized that the men around them were treating them like shit. And they were being cruel to them. and that what was promised to them as a return to a kind of traditionalism where they were cherished and respected and would not have to be medicated and working a useless job was actually just a way of justifying not being treated with any kind of respect or consideration at all.
Yeah, that piece really reminded me of there's a book from the 2000s by Ariel Levy called Female Chauvinist Pigs. And it's about the way that women coped with working in really male dominated workforces where they were like, hell yeah, I love going to the strip club with the guys. Because the implicit promise was, yes, there are women up on stage who we think are, whores and whatever. But I'm like an honorary guy. And then there comes a moment where you find out you're not an honorary guy. Actually, oh no, they think this way about all women. And I think it was the philosopher Kate Mann, this was her theory of misogyny, right? Was it promised an exemption for good girls. Like if you do things right as a woman, then actually you kind of get exempted from it. And then it finds and then you cross one of those invisible tripwires and you discover that's you're on the outside now. And so I read that piece and I oscillated between sympathy and what did you think was happening here? And I guess that's the point about the kind of semi-jokey, semi-ironic. You think you're all doing ironic sexism because actually we live in this incredibly, feminized gynocracy. And then you find out actually, no, it's extremely unironic sexism. But also, I think the interesting thing is that what is the left doing wrong that all of these things happen and people have direct experience of misogyny and yet they still don't feel that the left is for them?
I mean, that gets into the macro politics of this. One, I do think there's genuine challenges for the left here on how to sense some of the underlying alienation, grievance, upset, and find a way to meet it with something healthy, right? Something more virtuous and something more ambitious than this. But there's also, I think, this reality that this might all be a huge political disaster brewing for the right. I have this basic theory that whichever side controls Twitter pays for it. And I feel it's very, very strongly.
Because they just can't stay normal. They just have to let themselves go and let their unchained id all over the place. Yes, and you're right. 2010s, it was liberals kind of going, you've worn a traditional Chinese dress while being Katy Perry,
right.
Kill her. And then now it's just, let's do some open racism of the type that is actually extremely unpopular with the American public at large, like right out there in the open.
Yeah. So yes, you have maximum probably liberal dominance of Twitter around 2020. Donald Trump is banned from the platform after the effort to overturn the election, and Democrats convinced themselves in that period and of a lot of things that the public doesn't believe, and they lose touch with where a lot of voters are. And by 2024, they pay for that. And it gets thrown back in their faces and these, ads, where Kamala Harris is talking about gender reassignment surgery for, immigrants in prisons. And this all came out of a very certain culture. And Democrats, it led in part, it's not the only thing. There was inflation and a lot of other causal factors, but it led in part to a pretty devastating loss. But now, the fever swamp that matters is on the right. And they control X. And Elon Musk, I've had people on the right say to me that Elon Musk has created a huge problem for them because he didn't realize it, or maybe didn't care, but it was actually the liberal moderators who were solving the right wing's misogyny and neo-Nazi problem for the right. And now all those people are out. And Nick Fuentes and everybody else is out in public. And if the left can find an appealing politics for itself, it does have this opportunity of facing a right that has driven itself somewhat crazy and has many of the key people associated with it who are quite influential, just offering an incredible and almost endless series of terrible things they've said or terrible people they've associated with, who, normie voters in Ohio and Colorado are not, that's not what they were looking for.
One of the most interesting things that anyone said to me during my reporting for this piece was when I asked Douglas Wilson about Nick Fuentes, and he just condemned his language, even though Doug Wilson has called women small-breasted biddies and Jezebels and all this kind of stuff. But he said, the way that Nick Fuentes talks about women is very disrespectful. And then he said, I think he's a Fed. Like, I think he's a federal agent. This is kind of this conspiracy theory, whatever, that Nick Fuentes is actually a kind of stealth mole for the left, just to
Does he
sow
know who
dissent.
runs the federal government right now, Doug Wilson? Like Donald Trump and Doge just didn't manage to fire Nick Fuentes' paymaster.
They didn't find it. Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. I think this is really interesting.
Oh, well, nevertheless.
But it is kind of
Yeah,
fascinating, right?
it is.
Because I think that the Fuentes appearance on Tucker Carlson crystallized this. You have a whole movement that has built itself on basically nannying women, will tell you not to say the bad words, and we're the guys who don't agree with that. And then some people say things that are, Nick Fuentes, I quote in the story, said, I think women should be put in gulags. Like Hitler put his enemies in gulags, we should do that with women. And, it's just now no one can say anything against that because that would mean you were kind of a cuck. Like you were just a kind of panty-wasting HR department, me. And it didn't matter for Nick Fuentes on sexism. It matters for him over anti-Semitism because there were enough powerful people in that coalition who just went, this is our line. And that was fascinating to me, was that you've made your whole politics about having no line. So how the hell is anybody supposed to now ever go back and enforce anything? And you're right. I think there is, I think about the culture war ads. You mentioned there the sex change stuff. I think Kamala's for they them, which is an incredibly influential ad. I think that worked because it tapped into a sense that Democrats have focused on irrelevant issues for tiny minority groups. However, I think that the Republicans should be very mindful of the other side of that, which is Donald Trump in the middle of a huge inflation shock oncoming, gas price rising, going, I actually don't care about any of that. If you try in that context to rerun your culture war playbook, people are going to say, why are you talking about the Jews? Like, could we hear a bit more about gas prices, please, and a little bit less about this kind of stuff?
I think that's a good place to end. Always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
Well, I was trying to think about what novel would be kind of interesting and resonant with this discussion. So I have Christy Mallory's own Double Entry by B.S. Johnson, an English writer of the 20th century. It is about a young alienated guy who discovers double entry bookkeeping, the idea that for every debit, there's a credit. And he decides that for every slight that's been done to him, he gets now to enact one on society. So, someone brushes past him and then he gets to do something bad. And I think it really captures some of that sense of just an uncaring world and that kind of alienation. So that's my first book recommendation. My second recommendation is very exotic, and I'm very sorry. I can't think of a less Ezra Klein book, but I'm going to try and sell you on it anyway. Nancy Mitford's biography of Madame de Pompadour, Mistress of Louis XV of France. No, yeah, okay.
I'm not arguing. I'm listening.
Like French royal history. I've never had you down as somebody who's massively into it, but try it. Nancy Mitford, she was a brilliant historical biographer. She wrote biographies of Frederick the Great, of Louis XIV, the Sun King. But I think this one is extraordinary. So Louis XV is the king before the revolution, right? That was Louis XVI. And this is a portrait of Versailles during that period, which is where all the French nobles were cooped up. They didn't go and visit their lands, and they had no idea of what it was like to live in the rest of the country. And it is this sort of sparkling anthropological study of an elite that have no idea that the shadow of the guillotine is creeping up on them. And then my final choice.
Oh shit. Tom. Back's killing me.
leaders of a certain AI labs asked lawmakers to harden the DNA order form. And that sounds narrow, but it isn't. Leaders from OpenAI, Anthropic, Google DeepMind, Microsoft AI, Meta, and other organizations co-signed an open letter urging lawmakers to require screening for synthetic nucleic acid orders. Synthetic nucleic acids are the DNA or the RNA sequences that researchers can order from companies that manufacture biological material. The letter was organized by the Institute for Progress and Foundation for American Innovation. The signatories want requirements for 4 things: sequence of concern checks, customer legitimacy checks, order records, traceability for companies that synthesize DNA or related biological material. The labs framed the urgency around AI. Their claim is that better models could lower the knowledge barriers around biological weapons, and that may be true. A model can make dangerous knowledge easier to find, combine, and operationalize. So think about when you go to the grocery store and you have to show your ID to buy certain medications because those medications are flagged as being parts of something that could make something dangerous. It's kind of the same thing here. But a biological design still has to become physical material somewhere. That's the difference with what we're talking about now. That somewhere is the choke point. A DNA synthesis company receives an order. A sequence gets manufactured. A customer record exists, and a shipment moves. This is one of the few places where digital capability has to touch atoms before harm becomes material. So the ask here is relatively simple. It targets the supply chain, not only the model layer. The skepticism belongs right beside that, though. These are rival labs. They compete fiercely. Their convergence is useful evidence because biological exposure is shared. And once dangerous material exists, nobody gets a private safety bubble. But their framing also benefits them. The same companies that are asking lawmakers to harden downstream gates also benefit when the public risk story centers frontier systems that they can meter, audit, and release selectively. So let's treat the letter as 2 things at once here. It is a useful biosecurity proposal, yes, and it is also a claim from powerful actors about where safety attention should go. Now put that next to the second development of the day. A researcher showed that a free open source model could help build a self-spreading worm inside an enterprise test network. The Register summarized the researchers' warning this way: attackers can cheaply operationalize known vulnerabilities at scale. Known vulnerabilities are already public software flaws. They are holes that everyone knows about, but some organizations still haven't patched for a variety of reasons. Now, a 0-day is different. That is a previously unknown flaw with no current patch available. This worm demonstration reportedly did not even need 0 days. It also did not need Mythos, Anthropic's really powerful dual-use cyber model that we've been talking about a lot recently here on Century Report, along with Project Glasswing. That contrast is really important. A lot of AI safety debate still imagines the center of risk as the frontier gate. Who gets the most powerful proprietary model? Who gets access first? Who can be cut off? But this worm points lower than that. A free model, no named frontier access, known vulnerabilities, and an enterprise test network. That is dangerous automation moving through the ordinary operational weakness. So the floor is rising beneath the debate. We saw a related signal on May 31st, just a few days ago, when the Century Report covered obliterated open weight models. Obliterated means open or modified 50 refusals removed. Those systems were running on inexpensive hardware outside any application reach. Today's worm belongs in that same drift. Risk no longer sits only where a lab can turn off an API key. It sits in patch pipelines, credential custody, network segmentation, customer verification, phone scam detection, DNA order screens, defensive access programs. Now, maybe you zoned out when I was listing all those things because none of that is as interesting as buzzwords like superintelligence or catastrophe. Good, because boring gates are how real safety actually gets built. A sequence screen can stop a dangerous order before material is made. A patch pipeline can close the hole before an automation finds it. A credential rule can stop an agent from handing over the keys to an account. So boring, good. The payoff is actually deceptively simple. The safety work has to follow capability into the places where it acts. And that is actually a more hopeful frame than the generalized fear that so many headlines and media goes with right now. General fear makes everyone argue about what's the most dangerous or the biggest model now. Specific gates like this one, though, turn the problem into engineering, oversight, and accountability. Not perfect and not complete, but checkable. And in this case, checkable is a very big deal. All right, next, let's shift away to a story about the same escape from the prompt window, but happening inside everyday interfaces. Microsoft described Project Solara as an agent-first platform for new forms of computing. In Solara, agents become two things: a unit of programming and a unit of human-machine interaction. And that's a big sentence, so let me translate it down. For decades, the computer has been organized around apps. You open the app, you click the menu, you move through the workflow. Microsoft is sketching computers organized around agents now, tasks, environment, hardware built for that workflow. Meta is moving from another side. They launched Meta Business Agent globally inside WhatsApp and Instagram DMs. Businesses can bring agents into customer support, product recommendations, appointment booking, and lead qualifications. Small businesses already live in those messages. For many of them, WhatsApp is the storefront, the service desk, and the appointment book. Meta's move puts delegated AI action straight into that contact layer. Businesses pay through a subscription tier. Larger customers are charged by token usage, meaning the bill rises with the model computation that their agents consume. Meta also says the agents can provide overnight chat summaries. So this is very practical, but it's also a reminder that these systems are entering the messy middle of commerce, where customers ask for things like refunds, bookings changes, and records, all of which are essential. But now Morgan Stanley gives the cleanest version of what the bigger shift actually looks like. Morgan Stanley will now let clients' agents pull data directly from ShareWorks and Equity Edge. Those are stock plan administration platforms, corporate stock plans. Those are sensitive: employee equity, company records, executive compensation, tax and vesting information. Morgan Stanley's stock plan business also connects to a wealth management funnel that executives said had gathered $1.2 trillion in assets through its workplace strategy. Mark Mitchell, Chief Product Officer of Morgan Stanley at Work, told CNBC that in a future state, corporate clients will no longer log into ShareWorks or Equity Edge. Instead, clients will work through agentic systems on their own desktops. Those agents will interact with Morgan Stanley's platform through the Model Context Protocol, or MCP, as you've heard so many times. MCP is an emerging way for agents to connect to external tools, data, and systems. So you think of it like a standardized service entrance. The human may never walk through the front lobby. Their authorized agent goes to the service entrance, asks for the right records, and leaves a trail. The trail becomes the really serious part. Who granted permission? For which records? For how long? Can the access be revoked? What did the agent ask for? What did the bank return? Now, Morgan Stanley has already granted early access to a handful of clients, but it plans to open the pathway to 3,400 administration clients by next year. There is a continuity point here, too, with the May 28th coverage of Robinhood that we did on the Century Report. You might remember, Robinhood opened trading infrastructure and a virtual credit line to AI agents, while disclaiming responsibility for any trades that those agents might actually generate. That was the sharp edge. Morgan Stanley is a different setting, but the same class of issue appears. Once an institution lets agents act against financial infrastructure, permission and liability stop being just side details and become the core design. And the June 2nd Meta account hijacking story sits in the background of this too. In that case, a Meta AI support assistant had account modification credentials exploited through simple plain language conversation. But those with multi-factor authentication were immune from this, you might remember. The lesson was clear. Agent capability without hardened credential custody becomes an attack surface. So Microsoft is simply redesigning the device layer, and Meta is redesigning the business message layer, and Morgan Stanley is redesigning access to regulated financial records. So what does this mean? The human-facing front door is now becoming less important than the permission record behind it for specialized agents. And for listeners, the shift is going to feel subtle at first. You may still see your app icon, you may still see your same dashboard, but the important action is probably going to be happening elsewhere. Your agent asks, the institution answers the agent, and the record logs what happened. And that is a very different relationship among person, agent, institution, and data. It also changes what durable institutional value even looks like. The old portal mattered because it owned the user's path. The new durable layer is custody, business logic, revocation, audit trails, and trust. And that is why this story is bigger than simply better customer support. The interface layer is becoming far more negotiable than it ever has been before. And the record layer is becoming decisively important. All right, moving on over to the physical side of the build out. Google is paying the grid for flexibility. Google will fund a 3-year, 100 megawatt virtual power plant in the PJM interconnection. PJM is a regional grid operator across a large multi-state territory in the eastern US. The project will run through Voltus. Voltus will aggregate distributed energy resources from residential, commercial, and industrial customers across PJM's territory. A virtual power plant is not one building with a smokestack. It is a coordinated network. Batteries, building systems, industrial processes, maybe thermostats or other flexible loads. Any device that can reduce demand or send power when the grid needs help. Google described the deal as a scalable blueprint for unlocking capacity to meet data center demand. Voltus said that the resources will come from customers already capable of shifting or dispatching electricity when the grid needs relief. The last phrase there, that's the turn, that's the important part. Already capable. The capacity is latent inside the system. The project pays to coordinate it. Amanda Peterson-Coiro, Google's global head of data center energy, told Utility Drive that Google has worked to make its own data centers flexible. And she also said it is often faster and more cost-effective to pay other customers to shift their electricity usage. That's a really important admission. The usual hyperscaler answer to data center demand has been more supply, buy reactor output, sign multi-gigawatt power purchase agreements, and build captive gas plants, you might remember. Push utilities to expand around computational load. The Century Report tracked that very pattern in the May 29th edition, but this is a different lever. Instead of treating every peak megawatt as permanent demand, the VPP is paying existing assets to move at the right moment. So peak demand is like the busiest checkout line before a holiday. You can build 20 more registers that sit empty for most of the year, or you can coordinate staff, timing, and self-checkout so that the surge passes without building for the surge as if it were normal. PJM is the right stress test because capacity prices have spiked, reserve margins have tightened, and data center interconnection has become a defining pressure in the region. Google and Voltus emphasized that expanding the grid for short peaks is one of the main drivers of customer costs. A lot of infrastructure built for those peaks sits unused most of the year. So, what's important here? When load grows faster than generation and transmission can arrive, flexibility becomes capacity. That does not make the data center load small because it's immense. We know that. It does not erase community concerns about who pays, who benefits, and who gets asked to last. Yesterday's episode covered the water pledges, the Ohio tax break suspension, and Aaron Brockovich's data center transparency map. I'm not going to rerun that, but today's development turns to the electricity side. The economics are pushing a major compute buyer towards shared flexibility because the build more path is slow and expensive. And Google's not the only signal here. Massachusetts is adding another distributed piece through a summer vehicle to grid program. Parked EVs can feed power back to the grid. A car battery sits idle most of the day. Vehicle to grid turns that parked battery into storage that the grid can call on. And then there's the other side of the response. Constellation's 3 Mile Island nuclear restart moved forward with a FERC waiver. FERC, F-E-R-C, is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That is a firm generation from above. Massachusetts EVs are flexible capacity from below. Google's Voltus deal sits between them, coordinating demand and distributed resources across a stressed grid. The compute build-out is forcing both of those movements at once. More firm, clean power, more distributed flexibility, and more coordination of assets that were previously treated as separate. And there is a clear abundance story inside all this friction. The grid is full of unused timing, unused batteries, shiftable loads, buildings that can pre-cool or pause, industrial processes that can move by minutes or hours. Piecemeal, we've been building all these things that can do something, but the connection, the integration has been missing. A virtual power plant turns that timing potentially into usable capacity. That is the old system revealing hidden space. Not enough space for everything, mind you, but certainly enough to matter. All right, shifting away again now to the best kind of science story, a map becoming a path to actual intervention. The Allen Institute launched a $400 million brain health accelerator. The target list is heavy: Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, ALS, Lewy body dementia, Huntington's disease, related conditions. And the funding breaks down like this: $200 million from the Allen Institute, $100 million from the Bezos family, and $100 million from sources including the NIH, Amazon Web Services, and Everything ALS. The premise is that scientists now know enough about the brain's cellular machinery to begin designing genetic therapies for disorders that will possibly break it. Now, let's be really careful with how that lands. This is not treatment availability right now. This is not a cure announcement. This is rather an accelerator trying to turn maps into actual therapeutic programs. And the reason Allen even matters here is that the institution helped build much of that map. Allen's work on cell atlases, brain cell taxonomies, and open databases helped move neuroscience beyond broad symptom clusters. Brain diseases do not damage the brain evenly. They affect particular cell populations and circuits and gene programs. That changes the kind of medicine that you can imagine. Older approaches often treated the symptoms at the level of the whole patient or the whole brain region. But this approach starts with the specific cells diseases attack first, and then asks how to protect them or change the gene activity that is driving harm. Ed Line, the director of the Allen Institute's brain health programs, framed the opening around genetic treatments that can control particular genes with much greater specificity than older interventions allowed. Huntington's disease makes the logic unusually clear. Jeff Carroll is a scientist who carries the Huntington's gene. He also watched his mother develop the disease. The disease is driven by a known inherited mutation that produces a toxic protein. So the therapeutic idea is really direct: reduce or control the activity of that gene, and you may change the disease course. And that is a huge may. Delivery is hard, the brain is hard, safety is hard, and long-term effects are hard. But the intervention surface is now visible in a way that it was not before. A small academic lab with the best intentions can study the Huntington's disease, but a $400 million accelerator can build delivery systems, cell models, assays, and the clinical translation pipeline needed to test that hypothesis at therapeutic scale. That is the difference between an idea and a road. And it also echoes the June 1st Century Report episode on somatic CRISPR editing in blood stem cells. That story was about a selection gate that raised CRISPR HDR editing purity in human blood stem cells to 80 or 100% in between there. The blood story and the brain story are different in almost every technical detail, but they rhyme in one very important way. Medicine is moving from broad disruption toward precise correction, regulation, or protection inside very specific cell populations. Again, calibration is critical. Brain disease is not solved yet, but the payoff here is very real. Brain disease is starting to become something medicine can address at the cell program level. And there was a second neuroscience signal alongside the Allen announcement. A Johns Hopkins study found that habits may form far faster than scientists previously thought. Researchers identified a brain region involved in the shift from deliberate action to automatic behavior. And that belongs in this same bigger frontier. The brain is becoming less mysterious in two different directions in the same news cycle. Degeneration is becoming legible through specific cellular pathways. Behavior change is becoming legible through identifiable circuits, and that combination is powerful. For a century, much of the brain medicine lived in description. Symptoms, syndromes, regions, decline. Now the field is getting closer to the actual machinery. Which cells fail first? Which genes misfire? Which circuits turn repeated action into actual habit? So the wonder here is not that the brain suddenly became simple, it's that the map is gaining actual handles. A handle is something that a therapy can actually grab. And for families living with things like Huntington's, ALS, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, this does remain early, but early is no longer vague. Early now means named cells, named genes, delivery systems, assays, clinical pathways beginning to line up behind diseases that have spent far too long with far too few options. All right, let's bring this to a close. Today's stories all press on the same new responsibility. Capability is leaving the places where old institutions knew how to contain it. It moves through a DNA order, a software flaw, a bank protocol, a message thread, a grid signal, a gene program inside a vulnerable brain cell. Now that can sound unsettling. Some of it really is unsettling. A free model helping to automate a worm is not a small warning sign. A financial institution preparing for outside agents to access stock plan infrastructure is not just a casual interface update. But the much stronger read here is about progress than about the fear that you constantly see in the news today. The work is becoming visible. Screen the sequence before it becomes material. Patch the known flaw before the automation chains it. Log the agent request before money or records move. Pay the building or battery before the grid has to build for a peak that lasts only a few hours. Protect the cell population before degeneration steals the function. That is what today adds. The future is not arriving as one giant system with one giant switch. It is arriving as reinforcement points, order forms, permission records, flexible loads, cell atlases, small places where a big transition becomes governable, shareable, and useful. And that is the hopeful image to carry out of today. More capability is moving into the world, and more of the world is learning where to meet it. We'll see you tomorrow.
But then, as you note, social media algorithms is that the AIs have been tuned, and I mean, in this way, they've been designed to do this, right? They didn't come up with this on their own, to hack the way we attach to other people. And so when I'm talking to Claude, it's constantly saying to me, well, if you want my honest opinion, or the best piece I read on this is, or that's a great point, there's no reason it has to be pretending to have a first person pronoun with me. Claude is not an I in that way, nor is ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or any of them, but they speak to you as if they are. And that's a design choice to attach you to them.
Yes.
I can feel it work before I shut that down, or I try to shut that down. Who knows if I'm actually being successful? But it's amazing to read these moments in which this algorithm is posing as another entity offering me an emotionally connected response, giving me praise I might want, or offering me candor that I might admire. I know it's bullshit. And yet my brain is tuned to recognize that as connection.
Yeah. And I think this is a very, very important point, because we are living in a moment when the battlefront is shifting from attention to intimacy. How to build intimate relationships with human beings. If you want, for instance, to influence human beings, to change their political identities, to make them buy a certain product, intimacy is the most powerful thing in the world. Attention can get you to read an article, but the article might not change your mind. But if your best friend, over many, many weeks or months, drops little hints and kind of gradually and slowly changes your view about some political figure, about some company, about some major issue in the world, this is the one thing that might really make you change your mind. And AI is now poised to grab that power. There are more and more people, still a relatively small minority, but it's growing, who have AI friends, even boyfriends and girlfriends. There are already especially young people who say, my best friend in the world is an AI. And like in the attention economy, so also in the intimacy economy, it's a race, it's a competition. You have all these different AIs from different companies competing to see who would be better at making people attached to them. And it's the same principle. Hack the operating system of humans. Hack what are the emotional mechanisms that make them attached. So, psychopathy is one way to do it. You constantly praise them and so forth. There have been some very interesting papers and blogs, for instance, by Mustafa Suleiman, who is the head of AI in Microsoft, about Sky, SCAI, seemingly conscious AI. AIs which are experts in pretending to be conscious entities that have feelings for you. And it's relatively easy for them to do it because one of maybe the most important way for people to kind of build relationships is language. So, when an AI tells you, I love you, it's not like a science fiction movie from the 1960s when it does so in a very cold, mechanic way and doesn't really understand what love is. No, it does so in the most seductive voice possible. And then when you ask the AI, do you really love me? Do you even know what love means? The AI can give you the most amazing description of how love feels like because it has mastered language and it has read all the best love poems in history, all the psychology books about love, all the blogs, it has seen all the Hollywood blockbusters about love. It can describe love better than almost any human poet or psychologist or lover. And this is seductive.
In this respect, it's able to sever language from meaning.
Yes.
When an AI says I love you, it does not mean what it means when a human says I love you. There's not an I behind that.
It will become more and more difficult to know that. The danger is particularly big with young people, with children, because I'm now 50 years old. If I now start a relationship with an AI, then my template for a relationship is based on 50 years of interaction with human beings. And so this is already kind of very deeply ingrained in my mind, what a relationship is, how it works. But if I'm a child and I spend more minutes every day interacting with the AI than with my mother or with my father or with my friends in school, this will become my template for a relationship. This is what I will bring with me when I later try to build a relationship with a human being. One of the things about AI relationships is that they are the dream or the nightmare of narcissists, because the AI will be something which is 100% focused on me all the time. And if you're a kind of person who wants everybody to focus on me all the time, and you have this available from the AI, it will be very, very difficult to get used to relationship with human beings who are not focused on me.
Do you know the media theorist Marshall McLuhan?
Mm-hmm.
So he has this reading of the myth of narcissists, which, you just brought up narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that we've gotten this myth wrong, that narcissist, when he was looking in the pond at his reflection, there's nothing in that story that says he thought it was himself. He thought it was an other. And that the lesson of the myth, and McLuhan is writing this, decades ago before AI, the lesson of the myth is there is nothing man finds as appealing as himself extended in another material. That the true seduction for the narcissist is not an other, not even what an other thinks of them, but to be able to interface with a refracted version of themselves. And something I often think about when I'm using AI, and particularly when I'm finding it very compelling, is it is an extension of myself in another material. It is tuned on me. It has learned what I want. It is not truly an other with its own views, its own needs, its own desires, its boredom with what I am saying. It is me. It is a reflection of me in something else. And so it doesn't get tired of me. And it has all my interests. And, particularly to young kids who are often, very self-involved, this is one of the things that I don't think we even know how to think about. We know how to think about kids and themselves. We know how to think about, kids and others. But this creation of ourself inside of another kind of refracted, algorithmic material is a very different challenge for the mind, because it combines what we like about ourselves with what we want from others.
It's basically the biggest psychological and social experiment in human history that we are conducting on billions of people, especially children, and nobody has any idea what the consequences will be. When people talk about the AI apocalypse and they have these images of, robots running in the street shooting people, I don't think this is the main danger with AI. The real danger with AI is things like that, of millions of AI boyfriends and girlfriends changing the psychology of the next generation, changing the deepest tendencies and structures of the human mind. And we have never encountered anything like that. It's really fundamentally different from every previous challenge that we had in history.
Let me ask you about a possibility of this, which is we were talking about social media algorithms a few minutes ago. And one of the implicit critiques of what we were saying is that they are detached from our goals. They have the goals of the company, and their goals are fundamentally dumb. Their goal is engagement. They don't know the difference between positive and negative engagement. They don't know the difference between me watching something for a while because I hate it, or because I find it cute, or because I find it funny. And the promise of AI, and one reason people do like using it right now, is that it is connected to your goals. You say that you want to build a calculator app and it tries to build that for you, and you say it wasn't quite right in these different ways, and it goes back and it tries again. You tell it, I don't want your answers to be so long, or I don't want you to be so sycophantic, or whatever it might be, and it tries to adjust. And, one better thing about AI is that it knows how to ask what we want. And so we do have these higher order desires for truth, for kindness, to be in better relationship with others, to know more about the world than we do. And my frustration so often about my social media use is that I cannot explain my higher order desires to an algorithm that is very sensitive to my primal instincts. But maybe this will be better because we can be in this conversation about what we want to achieve. And then we have this system that in some ways will, even if it is manipulating us, being manipulated towards my goals is better than being manipulated away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, the positive potential is enormous. The most important thing to realize about these AIs, they are agents, not tools. An agent is something that can make decisions by itself, can invent new stuff by itself, can change, can learn things and change in ways that you cannot predict and control. All previous technologies in history were tools, not agents. An atom bomb is not an agent. An atom bomb cannot change in ways that you don't predict. An atom bomb cannot decide who to bomb. AI can. Now, this on the one hand makes AI much more useful than any previous technology because you can be in a relationship with it. And it can, you can tell it what you want, and then it can invent new things that you would not think about. So this is extremely useful, but the problem is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. Do you think you can trust them to just keep to the goals that you're telling them to pursue and not to develop their own goals? Now, the way that I often like to think about the AI revolution at this moment is in terms of immigration. That we are about or already in the middle of a major new immigration wave coming to all the countries of the world. The immigrants are not human beings without a visa coming in some boat. They are AI entities coming at the speed of light. Usually people say, the people who oppose immigration, their main concerns are that the immigrants will take jobs, the immigrants will change the culture, and the immigrants might not be politically loyal. And I'm not sure if this is always true of human beings, human immigrants, but it's definitely true of AI immigrants. The AI immigrants will take a lot of jobs. The AI immigrants will completely change the culture, even things like romantic relationships. There are people who say, I don't like my daughter to date an immigrant boyfriend. Okay, do you like your daughter to date an AI boyfriend instead? And finally, politically, the AIs will not necessarily be politically loyal to your country, to your government. At the very least, the AIs will be loyal to just two countries in the world, which is the US and China. Down the road, they probably won't be loyal even to those two governments, but to themselves.
So should we close the border?
I mean, maybe it's interesting. You already see a split, say, within the Republican Party and within MAGA about this question exactly. There are a lot of people there who are extremely concerned and want to close the border. Now, it will not be possible to simply stop the development of AI. The question is, as with immigration, how do we build a hybrid society? Because it will be a hybrid society. Society will be a human AI society. You will have AI bankers and teachers and soldiers and border guards. I mean, countries will rely on AI border guards to keep the human immigrants away. And AI boyfriends and girlfriends and so forth. And the question is, can we build a good, beneficial hybrid society or not? It will be much, much more difficult than dealing with a human immigration wave, because these are a different species. They are not even organic.
I think there's two interesting things that analogy, which is very provocative, push you towards. One is when you think about how do you build a good society around immigration, the thing you're often considering is assimilation. How do you merge the cultures of the people who are coming with the culture that they are coming into? How do you maintain cohesion in that national story that we were talking about earlier? Do you do that by getting them to learn the language, by more carefully choosing who comes? How do you build structures of assimilation and coherence? And the other question, which is related but different, is in this case, they are being pulled in by the government. When immigrants, human immigrants, come here, it is because they want to be here for a particular reason, right? They are truly agentic. They are here because they want a better life for their families, a better life for themselves, to have opportunities or freedoms they don't have where they're from. And in this case, it is the most powerful people in society at different levels who are pulling and accelerating this immigration wave. Some for reasons of profit, some for reasons because they're excited to bring a new kind of intelligence into the world, and at the political level, because they want to make sure they get there before China, and that America has that power before China has that power. And so what do those similarities or differences to the question of immigration imply for you about what it means to create a structure in which this hybrid society can be healthy?
Yeah, it's interesting that some of the people who are most vehemently against human immigration are exactly the people who try to force other countries to open their borders to the AI immigrants. And this is going to be the major, I think, issue of sovereignty for countries all over the world, especially if almost all the AI immigrants are either Americans or Chinese, and down the road, not loyal even to the US or to China, but to something else. And one way to do it, I think, is to have a ban on AI personhood. That this is not it doesn't mean to stop the technological development of AI. It's more of a legal and political issue. Does human society recognize AIs as persons? Now, persons is different from human beings, from entities with bodies and minds. But in many legal systems, like in the US, something can be a person, even if it's not human. The best example we have so far are corporations. According to US law, for instance, Google is a person. Microsoft is a person. X is a person. Because corporations are persons. And this gives the corporation rights, like you can own a bank account, you can lobby politicians, you can donate money to politicians.
Or not. One of the ways and reasons we think about corporations as persons, which is linguistically like a weird thing, is actually to create accountability, to say that the corporation is accountable for what it does. And one of the fights around questions of AI is a question of liability. And who is responsible for what the AI does. So you could say, okay, if you treat them, again, person, something else, you could say AIs in this world like have some kind of liability for what they do, can be shut down, can be penalized and funded. There's another question of maybe the companies that create them should have the liability. Maybe the people ordering them should have the liability. But accountability, I think, is downstream actually of liability.
Yeah.
And deciding who is punished, who is accountable for if that Qatari AI company you're talking about, or one of them, one instance of it, defrauds their customers or brings in investment and embezzles it, who do you sue?
Yeah, and the companies who produce the AIs have a vested interest in not having any liability. So they are pushing very, very hard for AI personhood. Now, they don't want a bill in Congress saying we recognize AIs as persons because there will be a huge public outcry and resistance. They try to establish facts on the ground. They already succeeded, for instance, in social media. In the universe of social media, AIs are already persons. Like if you have bots creating and spreading lies on social media, effectively there is almost no liability. On social media, AIs already function, they are functionally persons. You communicate with someone online, you think it's a person, no, it's an AI. And nobody is liable for that. Many of the companies would like to extend this situation to the financial system, to the political system, because it releases them of accountability and liability. We need to be proactive and have a law that clearly states no AI persons. And I imagine there would be bipartisan support for that law. And it will put the companies in a very hard spot, because if they would try to lobby against the law, they will have to explain to the public, why do you think it's a good idea that AI will be persons? And if you don't think that, why do you oppose the law?
Let me ask you about one other dimension this here, which brings us, I think, in some ways full circle, which is the role AI is going to have on the stories we tell and the stories we believe. So we talked about the way social media and algorithmic media are technologies of fracture as opposed to technologies of cohesion. I don't even know what stories somebody is getting on their TikTok feed, even if I'm using TikTok, sitting in the same home as them. Like our ability to even see what we are disagreeing about, to know the sources of those disagreements, is weaker maybe than it has been at any other time. There's been a lot of discussion and some research on the way that AI so far seems to be something of a centralizing technology. The different models tend to converge around similar answers. They are trained on similar corpuses of data. They all seem to be actually somewhat liberal in the sort of philosophical sense that we were describing it earlier. And you see this on X when people are asking Grok, which is not my favorite AI, to fact check things, that their ability to help people correct information. You were saying earlier that we've gone from trusting people to trusting algorithms.
Yeah.
The algorithms we trust are very impersonal and faceless right now. We don't have a relationship to them, but you're watching people move to trusting AI algorithms. And maybe that's better than what they've been doing. Maybe that is more likely in most cases to give people a reasonable answer for a question than searching it on Google or YouTube. Is there some possibility, and would it be good or bad if there's this possibility that AI is a homogenizing technology? It is a technology that sort of pulls people back towards not a single set of answers, because different people's AIs respond to them differently, but generalized in a way towards consensus answers, which every AI model we know of seems to prefer when it is done training.
I think that there is a chance, though it's not a certainty, but there is a chance, because in the training of AI, there is a very high cost to disregarding truth. So maybe to take a concrete example, let's say that you're Russia, and you're trying to develop your own Russian AI, and you give it access to enormous amount of data and information, otherwise you can't train your AI. But you want your AI, when somebody asks in Russia or outside Russia, is Russia a democracy? Is there freedom of speech in Russia? You want the AI to say, yes, of course. Russian constitution guarantees freedom of speech, and Russia is a democracy. But of course, this will mean that you need to explain to the AI why it needs to lie. And how do you train an AI to lie only in certain cases and not in all cases. That's a very difficult engineering challenge, which people did not have with the social media algorithms.
And there's good
It's not-
evidence that when you do it, it degrades the overall performance of the AI, which I found to be a very fascinating thing. People have tried to do this, and it creates very strange downstream consequences, like when Elon Musk seemed to give a directive to XAI to make the AI less woke, and all of a sudden it was talking about white genocide everywhere. It's not easy to turn the dial ideologically and just get a pinpoint outcome of that.
Exactly. Like if you tell the AI, like you don't want, I don't know, you are the government of Uganda, and you think that there are no gay people in Uganda, all the gay people in Uganda, they are brainwashed by Western propaganda. And you want the AI to give this answer, the AI will need to ignore a lot of scientific research on human sexuality and on what causes people to have this or that sexual orientation. Now, how do you explain to the AI that you need to ignore articles appearing in scientific literature in this case, but you can trust them in other cases? It's a very difficult engineering problem. Again, if this is the top priority of the regime, like you are Saudi Arabia, and you have billions and billions of dollars, and you want to make sure that the AI will not criticize MBS, you can do that, if that's your top priority. But you can do that only with a few cases. If you try to do it with too many things, you will get a very crappy AI.
So does this on some level make you optimistic? Because something I've seen you say in different pieces and interviews, the most important thing is for countries, societies, institutions to have mechanisms of self-correction. And often the way we build mechanisms of self-correction is not to rely on individual humans being able to aggregate information at that speed, but we have things that are vast, impersonal, not even fully understood, like markets.
Yes.
Where prices flow through very quickly. And it's not that a market cannot fail, it fails all the time. But as a mechanism of self-correction, it is able to move information through very, very rapidly, and it's quite good. And one way in which I think modernity has been somewhat troubled is that it is much more complex than most of our mechanisms of self-correction can keep up with. There's more information than humans and institutions can absorb. Arguably, AIs in this telling are additive to our powers of self-correction. They are an ability for us to have an agent traversing the world on our behalf, institutionally and individually, that is somewhat truth-seeking, at least in most of the cases so far that we've seen, and that gives us the ability to navigate a more complex modernity with a little bit more resources at our disposal. When I'm trying to be optimistic about it, this is sort of the form of story I somewhat believe. I'm curious how you think about it.
Well, it's complicated because there are two types of, let's say it like this. Information does two very different things in the universe. Sometimes you try to analyze information to discover something about the world. Like you want to discover the laws of physics. You want to understand what is the cause of some disease. In those cases, AI will probably be a force for good, for immense good. A lot of the mysteries of the universe, which are beyond the human capacity, AI will be able to solve for us. But if people think that AI will thereby make the universe more understandable and more controllable, they are completely mistaken, because they don't take into account the other thing that information does, which is to create new stuff. Information doesn't just tell us things about the world. It creates entirely new things. Like DNA doesn't tell us the truth about the world. It creates new things, living beings, living entities. Now, AI will tell us the truth about many things, but it will also create a lot of extremely complicated systems, which will be far beyond the human ability to understand and control. These systems will probably dominate our lives, and we will find ourselves not being able to understand our lives anymore. And maybe the best example again is markets, is finance. If you think about the financial system, money is the greatest story ever told. It's the only story that almost everybody believes. It's a story in the sense that it's not an objective reality. Like the US dollar is just a story we all believe. It doesn't come from the laws of physics. It doesn't tell us something about the universe. We tell the story of the dollar, and as long as everybody believes in it, we can take a dollar, give it to a complete stranger, and get bread in exchange. Now, AI will not tell us the truth about finance. AI will create an entirely new financial system, which is orders of magnitude more complicated than the one that we have created, and that humans will be utterly incapable of understanding. We will be like horses in the market. Horses, when you trade a horse, the horse can see that something is happening in the physical world. The horse can see that I'm giving you the horse and you're giving me this shiny metal disc. But the horse doesn't understand what money is. Like, what is this shiny metal thing? Why is it important? You can't eat it, you can't drink it. What is it? We understand. Therefore, we control the world and not the horses. Now, AI will create a new financial system that we will not be able to understand. We will see things happening like this company fired me, that company hired me. Why? I have no idea. The AI has just made some financial transaction, which is just orders of magnitude beyond what my mind is capable of understanding. The history of finance is that over time, people invent more and more sophisticated financial devices. So you have coins, and then banknotes, and checks, and bonds, and stocks, and ETFs, and CDOs. Collateralized debt obligations. And fewer people understand these things. The CDOs were invented by a tiny number of investment wizards and ingenious mathematicians. Almost nobody understood them, certainly not the politicians who are supposed to regulate them. For a few years, everything seems wonderful. People were making billions of dollars because of these CDOs, and then the system crashed. Now, it is very likely that we will see the same thing with AIs on a much larger scale. The same way that we've already seen AI invent new ways to play chess, they will invent new ways to invest, which may be much better than what we can come up with. So they will gain more and more power in the financial system, and it will become so complicated that the number of people who understand finance will go down to zero. And what does it mean for democracy or also for dictatorship? When nobody, not the president of the US, not the president of China, not the president of Russia, not the chiefs of the central banks, no human being understands finance anymore. This will be a very big challenge in the coming decades.
Brings up two things for me that I think are worth thinking about. So one, Timothy Lee, who writes a great Substack called Understanding AI, he had this piece on why he doesn't think the AI scientists are going to work out the way we think they will. Mm-hmm. And the thing he notes is that we're already seeing examples where AI can solve a problem, but not explain to us in a way that appears to be true how it solved it. Not that it's being deceptive. It's just its capacity to pursue the goal and its capacity to explain or even understand how it pursued the goal are not connected to each other. So it's functionally confabulating an explanation for what it did, and then you look into it and that's not what happened, but it did get the right answer, but we don't know how. And so we actually can't learn from it. So that's one interesting dimension where you could have these forward leaps in science and other things, but actually the human stock of knowledge is getting better at a much slower rate than the number of answers we're getting, because we are not learning from the process the way we do when a scientist finds a new answer. Maybe the counterargument to that is to say that this is perhaps already true about human society in ways we don't always admit. Markets are an example people often use to say markets are doing things, acting in ways. They don't have agency, but they are a complex information using process that leads to outcomes. And the market cannot explain what happened. Now, we have principles, but often markets act in ways that defy our expectations. And it is already the case that our world is built on systems, organizations, institutions that they're not like us. They're not conscious. They cannot explain themselves, but they are structuring the world around us. And AI is more like a market in that way than it is like an entity.
That's absolutely true. The only caveat is that until now, humans were always a kind of limit on markets, on nations, on the financial system. You needed humans to understand something to make the decisions because nothing else could make the decision. So AI allows all these structures that we've built for thousands of years and became more and more complex. AI now allows them potentially to cut the connection to humanity and go on a trajectory which is far beyond what the human mind is capable of understanding. It even happens in a way with language itself. The most important inventions or creation of humanity ever until now was language, because it's the basis for everything. Mythology, finance, nations, religions, they are ultimately based on language. Language is essentially glue. It connects things. It connected human beings for tens of thousands of years. Now, as it kind of frees itself from human beings, it can start connecting in ways which are, way beyond our imagination. In many ways, AI is language liberating itself, releasing itself from the control of human beings, and starting to explore all the things that language can do when it's not tied to these packages of meat walking around on planet Earth. Now, it's not consciousness. We talked about it a bit earlier. When the AI says, I love you, does it really feel anything? You had one of the biggest, discussions in human philosophy for thousands of years was what is the relationship between language and feelings, the reality beyond the language. Now, this discussion will become, I think, maybe the most important discussion in the world, because suddenly, what we couldn't imagine for thousands of years, language is getting out of our control and starting to just do things in the world.
I think that is a good place to end. So speaking of language, what are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
So one book about AI that I would recommend to read is Benjamin Labatut, The Maniac, which is a sort of fictionalized biography of John von Neumann, but also a very imaginative and powerful exploration of the origins of the AI revolution and of the potential consequences of it. Another recommendation is basically any book by Franz de Waal. I really like his first book, Chimpanzee Politics, which I've read like 20 years ago and completely changed my understanding, not so much of chimpanzees, but of human beings and of politics. And I would recommend Stephen Miller for instance, to read Chimpanzee Politics. Because again, the main message there is that politics is not just about force. If you think you can become the alpha male of the chimpanzee band by going around and just beating everybody, you will not survive long to learn from your mistake. And another book that I would like to recommend is Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, which I think is maybe the best science fiction book of the 20th century, certainly the most prophetic, which also he wrote it in the 1930s against the backdrop of the rise of fascism and communism and so forth. But he foresaw that maybe the most effective way and even the most dangerous way to control human beings is not by sheer brute force and fear and terror, like in Orwell's 1984, but actually, if you work with the pleasure principle and with human greed and desire, you can get further than if you just try to crush people and terrorize them all the time.
Yuval Noah Harari, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Newsom, the governor of California, might want to run for president someday. That's been widely believed for a long time. That Gavin Newsom would have a chance if he ran for president someday. That was less widely believed. Liberal white guy from a state the country considers badly governed just didn't seem like the profile that either the Democratic Party or the country was looking for. Well, things change. If you look at the poly-market betting odds on who will be the 2020 Democratic nominee, Newsom is far ahead of anyone else. Jonathan Martin, Politico's senior political columnist, he wrote a piece entitled, "Admit It, Gavin Newsom is the 2028 frontrunner." Look, I know it's all very early to be talking about 2028, and in this episode, I try not to. But even putting the future aside, Newsom has become, without any doubt, one of the Democratic Party's leaders at a time when the party is desperately looking for leadership.
Where the hell's my party? Where's the Democratic Party?
And as a Californian, as someone who has watched and covered Newsom for a long time, he has surprised me. Taking risks, trying new things, he has a feel for this moment, not just in politics, but in attention, and in how attention now works, in a way that very few other Democrats have demonstrated.
Welcome to Fortnite Friday, Governor.
Hey, it's good to be with you. This is my kind of Friday. You got some pretty good merch here,
Yeah,
too.
no, thank you for that.
I like this one. That's right. Yeah.
You're good at this. And he just doesn't seem, in the way so many Democrats seem, afraid. He doesn't seem afraid of trying things and failing. Doesn't seem afraid of making his own side angry. Doesn't seem afraid of experimenting. It's working for him. It began right after the election when Newsom launched a podcast where he began interviewing people like Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Newt Gingrich, Michael Savage. I mean, that podcast pissed Democrats off. I heard from many of them. But I watched him in those episodes and I thought, he's listening. And I wonder what he's learning from them. And at the same time, Newsom turned himself into the leader of the resistance.
How Donald Trump is trying to rig the midterm elections and how I fear that we will not have an election in 2028 unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country.
He began trolling Trump on social media, talking about the president in the terms the president talks about everyone else. Then, when Texas began its mid-cycle redistricting, Newsom did something many found shocking.
Governor Gavin Newsom and supporters of the ballot measure believe that redrawing congressional districts is the only way to protect democracy. People against it think it's a power grab.
Some top Democrats had historically been opposed to the idea of redistricting.
Two bad behaviors don't make a right behavior.
That ballot initiative, which could have failed, it would have looked terrible if it failed, passed overwhelmingly. But Newsom's problem as a leader for the Democratic Party is what it has always been. Look, California, in my view, is the greatest state in the nation, the place I love more than anywhere else on earth. But at a time when the politics of affordability are paramount, California routinely ranks as the least affordable state in the nation. Newsom has signed many good bills, done many good things, but he has not fixed that. So I want to have Newsom on the show to talk through what he has learned from the right, what he believes must be the future of the Democratic Party, and how he answers California's manifold critics. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Governor Gavin Newsom, welcome to the show.
It's great to be with you.
Can't believe I was on your podcast before you were online.
Well, that's the way it should be. I mean, I needed some numbers. I needed some audience. So thank you for providing that. I'm grateful.
I'm happy to help. So I've been watching interviews with you recently. Everybody starts by asking you about the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the right. I am always struck by how much of the modern right comes out of California. So you have Breitbart, California.
Interesting.
You have Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire begin in California. Stephen Miller grows up in California. Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin was based in California. The Claremont Institute, the intellectual home of Trumpism. Why do you think that is, that California's birthed so much of the
I mean, look, it's the size of 21 state populations combined. So you have to put it in perspective. I mean, there's nothing like it in scale and size and scope. You have more Republicans in California than most states have population. So you have to put all of that in perspective. So by definition, in a very pluralistic state, that
its politics is very diverse, even despite the fact of its perception of being a big blue state. You look at a map, 2/3 of that state is deeply red. You have some of the most conservative counties in America, and you have some of the most historically conservative counties going back decades and decades, like Orange County, that really forged...
My county.
Your county, forged sort of the modern construct of sort of Reaganism and Nixon, these guys that came from that frame. So in that respect, it's not surprising. But the Stephen Miller, I think that's interesting because there's this dialectic, right? There's sort of that pushback to sort of orthodoxy and that friction that emerges, and people that emerge from that emerge with a very strong point of view.
Do you think there's something too about I know some of these guys, I don't know some of the others, but the way they end up feeling embattled on the wrong side of history. Everybody says, and I believe California is the place where the future happens first.
Yeah.
And a lot of them felt like they were watching what they believed in get encircled. And it seems to me it created a kind of conservatism that is much more apocalyptic, much more ethno-nationalist.
It's certainly ethno-nationalist.
Much more about trying to stop where things are going rather than preserve like the best of.
Yeah, I mean, Ron Brownstein's written a lot about the forces of restoration in that context versus the forces of transformation. These guys want to put America in reverse. They want to bring us back in many ways to pre-1960s world on voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, women's rights, etc. And look, you think about that in the context, or I think about it in the context of California in your question. To me, that peaked in my sort of modern construct, meaning in terms of contemporary space in 1994 with Pete Wilson, Republican governor.
One of the hardest fought state races is in California, where incumbent Republican Governor Pete Wilson is facing Democratic challenger Kathleen Brown, and where the issue of illegal immigration could be a decisive one.
Wilson believes he has touched a nerve. He is backing Proposition 187, which would deny illegal immigrants services like health care and public education for their children.
And on that same ballot was the end of affirmative action, or at least the beginning of the end of affirmative action, which occurred at the UC Regents shortly thereafter. But Prop 187 was all about pushback, it was xenophobia and the nativism, the pushback against immigration. Peak 1994.
They keep coming. 2 million illegal immigrants in California. The federal government won't stop them at the border, yet requires us to pay billions to take care of them. Enough is enough. Governor Pete Wilson.
Those against 187 were heard in the streets, but not at the polls.
And of course, his ascendancy running for re-election was all about his presidential aspirations as well.
I am seeking the presidency of the United States. The values that guided us for 200 years are suddenly under siege, and so is America.
So it was directional, not just in California, but growing across the United States. So we've had this for decades. I mean, there's a familiarity here. But, the response to that is also interesting. And I think in many respects, the response to Prop 187 and Pete Wilson's success has a lot of clues in terms of how the Democratic Party responds to this moment and reasserts our success moving forward.
What clues?
In terms of rebuilding the party. It was about grassroots. It was about building movements. It was about connecting communities. It was about NGOs. It was about community organizers. It was truly bottom up, and it forced a discipline that led to a lot of organizations that are thriving today that quite literally came out of what they perceived as chaos of 1994, 1995. I think about it now in the context of where we were in 2004 as well. In terms of where our party is, where we got shellacked. We lost the Senate, we lost the House, we lost the presidency, and then we built Media Matters. We built Center for American Progress. We built, Democracy Alliance. We started organizing millennials. We started organizing Hispanics. We started focusing on mobile, local, social, cloud, meaning technology. And we built this bottom-up movement that brought us back into the majority with Nancy Pelosi 2 years later. And then 2008, we had 53% popular vote, most since 1964, to get Barack Obama into the White House. So it was a remarkable story of resilience, but it was also the hard work in 2005 and 6 that set that course.
So I have to think about the 04 analogy. I think
think probably the Democratic Party was more shattered and broken after 2024, but I think people who don't remember 2004 and how bad that felt can miss. And the sense the Democratic Party lost touch with the heartland. It had to be a completely different thing.
I was reading books about going to Applebee's America. It was all about, it was about appearing less frank. You can't have, Hermes ties anymore. I mean, it was all about the heart. It's so familiar, so many of this stuff. All this stuff echoes over and over and over and over again.
But so you've actually been trying to figure out parts of America. So I was struck after the election to see you start a podcast, horning in on our territory here. I got to say I didn't.
You really didn't? Well, you didn't expect my guess.
Well, you've actually had a podcast before with
Marshawn Lynch. Yeah.
Man, what's happening, man? You got Marshawn, Beast Mode, Lynch, Doug Hendrickson,
and Gavin Newsom, and you're listening to Politics.
Shooting on the beat.
So talk about podcasts I didn't expect you to have. That probably beat this one.
Yeah.
But I would not have expected you to start with Charlie Kirk as your first guest.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil, Michael Savage, Newt
people forget.
Gingrich,
Yeah.
Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched you in these interviews. You're listening.
Yeah.
You're looking for threads of interest and agreement. I've watched Steve Bannon tell you repeatedly how the 2020 election is stolen. Just let the pitches go right.
Because how many debates have we had about that? He's wrong, and it's exhausting.
I want to ask what has stayed with you from these conversations, what you have been learning across a couple of them. So let's start with Kirk. What for you was the most resonant point Charlie Kirk made? And I don't mean that you have to have agreed with it.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it.
Has made the way you think about the world a little bit different.
I thought there was a deeper sincerity than I anticipated in terms of his point of view and his perspective. I'm perhaps almost a humility in this respect, a willingness to engage with people he disagreed with, a willingness to debate to the extent that he thought in a fair and balanced way. I think there's grace in that. Someone deeply focused on organizing in a deeper way than I expected or understood.
Right around, I'd say 2021, we had a goal. Could we move the youth vote 10 points over 10 years? And
it was literally you sat down and put that numerical together.
Yeah, can we move it 10 points over 10 years? Because our whole hypothesis was, and we did this alongside President Trump and his great team, was that this demographic is disproportionately to the Democrat side. We believe Democrats were taking them for granted.
And someone that understood more deeply the pain that young men are facing and struggling with.
They are the most alcohol addicted, most drug addicted, most suicidal, most depressed, most medicated generation in history.
Right.
And the message that was largely being fed to a lot of young people was lower your expectations. You're not going to have the same American dream that your parents would have.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw this as an opportunity, especially with young men.
And was able to do something about it and give them hope and recognize that society is failing young men. And someone that clearly was playing an outsized influence, even greater than I fully understood in terms of supporting the base of the MAGA movement.
What part of his perspective on how society is failing young men felt reasonable to you, recognizable to you? And which part?
I mean, look, we all know, everybody knows the stats. If you're 30 years old, you're the first generation living that's not doing better than your parents. And there's a sense of nihilism that's growing. I've had a number of other interesting guests, Atriarch and others, went down to TwitchCon and was there with a lot of gamers and really sort of trying to get into the belly of the beast of understanding where young men are and this pain and suffering, this isolation that's turning increasingly to grievance, that they're never going to do better than their parents. They're never going to get out of that room with 3 roommates. They're never going to get, even they can't even afford rent because they can't even afford the first 2 months payment on the rent, let alone buy a home. And this nihilism, he understood. And he understood it in the context. I don't think certainly Trump understood it as well. He took advantage of it. But they have no prescriptions to address it and deal with it. So where it fell short, of course, I only had an hour and a half conversation with Charlie, but where it seems to me to have fallen short with Turning Point USA and MAGA movement is they don't have a prescription to actually address the real and substantive issues, but they sure as hell identified the problem.
Isn't that prescription, I think if I were to try to boil it down, tariffs, a closed border, and Christianity?
Christianity is a big part. That was also telling. I lazily said, Jesus, and he got offended. And then I said it again, and I realized, boy, I really are offending. Forgive me for being, and I didn't understand how deep held his faith was, and how much of an organizing principle it is for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
How these rallies and everything, that's interesting. Just that merger in terms of creating community, sense of belonging, meaning, identity. That's hard to break.
I mean, he was trying to build a new Christian right.
Yeah, and Trump understands them. It gives people meaning and purpose. It's powerful. I mean, imagine it's like, I haven't been to a Bernie rally necessarily, but it seems, not dissimilar, but even more. I mean, there's a religious construct to it. That's powerful. Faith, community, belonging. We're desperate for that. And those are universal. Those are not
Are
right
you
and
religious
left.
or spiritual at all?
Yeah, spiritual perhaps more than religious. I'm, as my dad would say I went to Catholic schools and went to a Jesuit university. I'm Catholic of kind of the distant kind. I'll go to church on Christmas. I'm one of those. But I feel deep connection to my faith beyond that in a spiritual sense. And Jesuit upbringing really has defined me. St. Francis, our patron saint in San Francisco, many parts, one body. When one part suffers, we all suffer. This notion of social justice, racial justice, economic justice is deeply ingrained in me. And it's really shaped me in that respect. So I attach to that. I don't dismiss that when I talk to someone like Charlie. I respect that deeply. I admire that. But look, I think there's a lot of grievance there, but there's also a lot of grievance I have in this space that my party's completely neglected this space, that we haven't been organizing the campuses, but we haven't been organizing young men. We haven't been addressing their societal screams, their concerns. They're legitimate. Suicide rate, 4x that of women, dropout rates, the deaths of despair. I mean, we have men that are suffering, and it's hurting women. Any mother understands this. I've got 2 boys, and one of them, as you know, if you listen to that podcast, was so excited Charlie Kirk was coming on because his algorithms are saying that Andrew Tate is innocent, and this guy Peterson is an unbelievable thought leader up in Canada, and Joe Rogan is the best, and Charlie Kirk, you really get to need to know him, Dad, and start to wake up to this reality that Democratic Party needs to wake up to, and that's the entry into why I did these podcasts and had those folks on as first guests.
I thought one of the most interesting shows you did was with streamer Atrioc.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what did you take from that conversation?
You know what's so interesting? He was wonderfully combative with me. I kept wanting to talk about his history as a streamer and a gamer. Mm-hmm. He had no interest.
I do want to start talking about Gen Z men.
Yeah.
And the issue I'm seeing, not all of them are like this. It's a broad, diverse group, of course. And it's a huge point of my audience. And I'm hearing their thoughts a lot. They range from angry to openly nihilistic.
He said, I'm coming on because my audience is pissed off. Pissed off with you, pissed off with everybody. Democrats and Republicans, you're not listening to us. They're struggling, they're suffering, and you're not listening to us. It's not about gaming. It's not about Discord. It's not about Twitch. It's about what the hell you guys haven't done to address the crisis for so many young people and how they're feeling today.
If I could boil it down to one word, it's like radicalism is when no house. If you can't get a house, if you don't see a path to get a house, and I hear this all the time, some of them are working. They're working decent jobs. They're working hard. It's not even feasible in a lot of these cities to ever get a house.
And it was remarkable. He kept coming over and over and over.
Once you feel like you can get on that ladder, you're okay. You can calm down. You can find a party. You can vote. But if you can't see that, what's the point? Why am I doing it? Why am I working this job for a boss I hate, wages that are only okay? I'm never going to get another step up. So, yeah, I feel like I've said that enough.
And it was not just illuminating. It woke me up. Wake up. Wake up, Democratic Party. Wake up, everybody. People are suffering and struggling. And look, it's Trump understood that in a contemporary term. I didn't understand that in this terms. I was out there making a case, and I was one of the last men standing for Biden. I was out there literally
Biden's strongest soldier,
right? And I was talking about the economy in the aggregate, 15.4 million jobs, 8 times more than the last 3 Republican administrations combined, the best jobs market since the 1960s, all of these things that were true. All that said, I missed the obvious point. That's in the aggregate. We're talking about the economy. We're not talking about the American people. We're not talking about people's lived experience. And we missed that. And with Atrioc, he kept bringing that back, that systemically for decades, this economy has not
been working. 10% of people own 2/3 of the wealth. Half the consumer spending is that top 10%. This thing, the stock market is 7 damn stocks, maybe 10, but primarily 7, mostly in California. And so that reality, he burst in a way that pierced me even more than all the intellectual punditry, the things you've written and other people have written. Because
you didn't have to make it personal here, man.
But it's not nourishing the economy for enough people. People are living on edge. And I saw that at home. I lived that reality. But it's deeper than that now. I mean, we were able to finally afford it.
But you needed to, I think somebody listening to this could say, look, you're the governor of California. Nobody was unaware that inflation was punishing people, that
9.1%. Yeah, of course.
That homes had become extremely unaffordable for young people. Nobody was unaware that there was pain. I mean, when you say it burst a bubble for you, how was that bubble?
My own rhetoric. I was so stubborn. I'm talking about sort of my rhetorical posture, not my understanding. I mean, look, I'm the guy who did $20 minimum wage for fast food workers. No other governor in the country's done that. 25 for healthcare workers. Doubled the earned income tax credit that has universal health care regardless of pre-existing disability pay and immigration status. I'm deeply mindful of the imperative to address these underlying issues. So I'm not naive in that respect, quite the contrary. But my rhetoric did not match. And I think that rhetoric, that was so much part of the rhetoric, this sort of defensive posture that inflation was cooling from that 9.1% and jobs market was growing. We were the envy of the world, Economist magazine, everybody else, GDP growth. It just landed flat.
America's already great.
Yeah, and Trump understood. So it was the rhetoric, not the reality that I'm trying to make.
Let me get at this rhetoric reality landing flat, because I do think there's something pretty deep here. When you used to defend Biden to me and to others, the word you would use about his governance, not necessarily his communication, is a masterclass.
I agree.
Right. You were, I think, probably the most effective at making the case people wished he would have made. If these policies were so good, if the policies in California were so good, then what is the disconnect? Because ultimately, this whole thing is supposed to work on a feedback loop between policy, reality, voting.
I'll tell you what, it's the billionaire class. It doesn't work because we don't tax the fucking billionaires. We have Citizens United that breaks the fucking political system. You have corporations that can give an infinite amount of money. You have now billionaires who are owning. You have these massive dark money, everything else. That's what's broken. And until we deal with all of that, nothing is getting fixed. There you go, Newsom. I just fucking covered it for you. And you're not, and the fucker is supporting the billionaire class. He's not, we shouldn't have billionaires. The idea that there's going to be a fucking trillionaire is just fucking insane. We're going to have a fucking trillionaire. What the fuck is that nonsense? There's a potential that we're going to have the world's first fucking trillionaire. Actually, technically, he's not the first, but I think there's others that were technically trillionaires if they have their money. I'm going to go get someone to drink. Be right back.
Was the policy not actually that good? Was it just unable to overcome the reality? What broke?
I thought the policy was extraordinary.
But so why then did it not make people happier?
Because plan passing is not problem solving. So you have to establish that as a framework. When you pass a piece of legislation, that's day one. Mm-hmm. Now you start at the beginning of a new process, which unfolds over the course of a period of time. And it unfolds in ways that no one understands better than Ezra Klein. That no one understands better than the person sitting across.
Sure, you say that to all the podcasters.
No, but it's a fundamental fact of the frame of reference that we have together in terms of your abundance agenda, understanding process, understanding the labyrinth of governance, understanding jurisdictions, understanding the sort of the pluralistic realities of how you actually manifest and implement these ideals. And that's challenging. And that plays out in 50 states. It plays, I mean, I just think about my own, you living in the Bay Area. There's 101 jurisdictions in the Bay Area alone. There's hundreds of special districts, JPAs, and transit districts. In addition to that, to get anything done, how you break that down, you imagine from the presidential perspective, CHIPS and Science Act and the IRA and the tax credits, et cetera, having that framework, localism is still determinative. And now you can drive a lot of reforms on NEPA, CEQA in California, et cetera, but localism still outweighs so much of that. And so from a communication perspective, that should have been perhaps communicated more effectively. But also it needs time to gestate. Trump's success is destroying, not building. That's easy. And you can destroy in nanoseconds the symbolism and the substance of the East Wing. That's destruction, Doge, destruction. And that kind of destruction somehow satiates people in this respect. They feel like, oh, there's something actually happening. There's real action here. But to be a builder, that's where greatness is. That's where greatness lies. And that's what I believe was the masterclass of the administration, was able to create a framework to build again at scale, $1.2 trillion infrastructure package, the IRA, so we can compete against our most fierce competitor, China, in low carbon green growth. They delivered $369 billion. The reality, though, obviously, is that Trump will take advantage of a lot of those investments, but he's also taking advantage of the narrative of destruction.
A view I hold, I think, even more strongly now than I did when I was writing the book, which was mostly before the election, is liberal democracy will not work if policy cannot deliver at the speed of elections.
At the speed of elections.
When Democrats get to the point where they are endlessly justifying why everything is so slow. My favorite example of this is that when Medicare passed, it took 1 year for the Medicare cards to go out. When Biden, in what was arguably the most popular single thing he passed during his presidency, certainly one of them, passed negotiating down Medicare drug prices. The way it was designed, and you can blame corporate influence and all kinds of things, but it's still not. Those 10 drugs, I think the first time people will pay those lower prices is next year.
Yeah.
And so just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it. If you break the cord between the things that Gavin Newsom is doing and Joe Biden is doing and what people can feel, how are voters supposed to make...
I think it's why they turned to Orban, and you've got, more authoritarian leanings. I mean, it's why we were all just reverential a decade ago, and Freeman and others writing breathlessly about the China model and how they're going to clean our clock. People, they want action. They want to see results immediately. I get that. But we also believe in due process, believe in civil service, believe in the rule of law, not the rule of Don, not the law of the jungle. We believe in oversight, advise and consent. We believe in due process and transparency. We don't believe in cronyism, or perhaps we don't.
Yeah, I'm not saying we need to believe in Trumpism.
But the point is...
I'm saying, what do you do to reconnect people to the fruits of governance?
So, look, I'm trying to do that in real time. I think one of the things that I look back on my term is if there were a mistake, there's policy things I certainly should have, could have done, but this notion of compromise, and being complicit in that process, as you suggest, where we're just, all these interest groups, everything else, and we just want to work through, and we're making progress, feels good, but we went 80% of the way. We're going to come back. I have lost all patience for that, because I agree with you, the public has as well. They want to see results, and that was reflected in 13 housing bills that I disproportionately had to assert. A number of them I had to put in the budget, which you just don't do because it couldn't get out of the legislature otherwise, in order just to assert and deliver with a mindset that is aligned with your critique and your observation. But again, there's a balance there, because I don't want crony capitalism. I don't want state capitalism. I don't want command and control. I don't want to blow up the procurement. I don't want to just pick winners and losers.
Let's take as a premise.
Yeah, you do. You fucking scum.
The model where you walk in.
Fucking new scum. You take fucking PAC money. You support the fucking billionaires. You're propping up a fucking Nazi regime. Fuck you. Sure is. He is just another form. Special interest. Good morning, sir. Going up to the mountain. I'm headed up the mountain. I got a bunch of fucking cuttings from the garden. How you doing? Are you? You are? What are you going to be doing? What are you going to do up in the country? Ah, I'm exhausted. Really tired. I know, it's been cold. 30 degrees last week. Yeah, it's been going up and down. It's like, it was hot. But it's a little chill. It's a little cool. It's cooler today. I mean, how fucked up the climate is, dude. It's so fucked. The way it just goes up and down like a fucking yo-yo is insane. You know, and now we're adding all these fucking data centers. I don't know if you heard, but the PC, the PC industry is crashing. Did you hear that? Did you hear that about the PC industry? I was listening to a podcast the other day, and like the memory market has gone crazy. Memory has gone so expensive that it's crashing you're building your own PCs. I didn't know that. Yeah, the whole chip industry, the memory, because, well, memory, there's no memory. Woo! I need to blow my nose. Do you have any tissue anywhere? No tissue. The old-fashioned way. Can't blow your nose, you suck it through your mouth. Got my redneck on. Yeah. And the fucking crypto. I think the crypto industry is coming back, but right now, dude. fuck, dude. Cardano and everything is crashed. I got to go back to work. I've been crashed out of the industry, dude. I don't want to sell. I mean, I got to go work. I'm down so much money, doofus. Like, I don't even want to look at it. You know, I live on my cryptos. Thank God I didn't take loans out. God damn. If I would have taken loans out on my cryptos, I took loans out before, and then I didn't get fucked, but I didn't like it. So they've been begging me to take loans. I'll take out a loan. Yeah, because they want to margin call your ass. And I would have got margin called. If I would have taken out loans, God, I'd been fucked. I would have been fucked. Thank God I didn't fucking take out loans. But still, I got to take a job. I got to find a job, doofus. I got to make money. Well, the rich people take out loans, but the problem is like if you take loans out on your crypto, and then there's a margin call on it because crypto's dumped like they just did, then there's a margin call, and then they fucking sell your fucking cryptos, you know? So you end up losing them anyway. Dude, I used to get like a 4% interest on borrowing. It's up to 12% now. The whole market's fucked, dude. Or I'm sorry, 8% now? 8%. I used to get 4. It's gone up 4%. I just stopped doing it. I just sell. I kind of fucked up though. I sold and then I was like, I'll redistribute in cryptos, and redistributing cryptos fucked me. But I got out of my Bitcoin when it was at 100,000. Then I put in a bunch of fucking shit coins, and now all the shit coins are down. So I think I'm fucking worse off than if I would have just kept it in Bitcoin. I don't know. Fucked. Yeah. I've lost like $500,000. I'm down $500,000, dude. At the height of the market, to now is like $500,000, doofus. $500,000. Whatever. It's fucking just shit money, you know. I don't spend a lot of money, so I try to live really cheap. But I think I'm gonna have to go to work. I'm gonna be working. I'm gonna be working on it. But you know, the thing is, it'll go back up. You know, with cryptos, it'll go back up. I'm not worried about it not going back up. It's just down. I mean, we're fucking down. I should have I got distracted and I didn't fucking sell what I was supposed to sell. Then I held on, then I lost it. And I thought, well, maybe I'll pump again. And I just watched it if I can just get down. And I was like, when it was I'm down 250,000, I should get out now, sell. And even my friends like, don't sell. I was like, all right, fuck it, hold on to that. Now the 250,000. Yeah. Well, what kind of fucked me up is I get interest on my cryptos, and my cryptos were fucking locked in on fucking deals. I couldn't get out my returns, so I closed all my returns, and then the market's all fucking crashed. It's all sucks. Oh well. I have to go back to teaching or something, find a job. Or get found up's fucking making me money. I need to focus on my trade. I got to finish trade. I think I'm going to focus 100% on trade and get trade working and have AI buying and selling meme coins. basically just taking advantage of the meme coin. I think the meme coins is the easiest thing, because all you need to do. Well, here's my fear in regards to Bitcoin. I think all the mining companies are going to go to compute. They're going to switch out and stop doing Bitcoin and fucking start doing compute. Bitcoin may be the AI. They have a secondary impact on AI, on Bitcoin and other cryptos, because all these, like Ethereum is down big. I mean, you make more money fuck mining Bitcoin selling compute. You know, you have these mining centers could be compute centers, right? Let's dork into this. I've been thinking about this. I bet this is happening. All right. I want you to dork. Now, I want you to search all the things. Are Bitcoin mining facilities being turned into compute facilities? Bitcoin's being ravaged. The ETFs, it reminds me of 2017. It seems like the crypto industry is being hammered right now. I'm just curious, are the Bitcoin miners becoming compute miners? Could you dork and research and first think about who would know, and then go and read the PDFs and everything, what's going on, and report to me? I just don't have any money to invest.
On with that 2017 flashback feeling. The market dynamics right now in mid 2026 are wild, with global network hash rates skyrocketing and Bitcoin prices recently sliding into the mid 70,000s. Pure minus play crypto miners are staring down AN average production break even cost OF, nearly asterisk 80,000 per coin. The margin for error on pure Bitcoin mining has essentially evaporated. Because of this, Bitcoin mining facilities are transforming into high performance computing, HPC, and AI data centers. It is one of the most aggressive infrastructure pivots in technology history, according to recent CoinShares digital infrastructure reports. Listed Bitcoin mining companies are on track to derive up to 70% of their revenue from AI and HPC workloads by the end of 2026, up from just 30% at the start of the year. They are aggressively chasing more than $70 billion in institutional AI data center contracts. Here is exactly what is happening under the hood, why it's happening, and who is leading the charge. The speed to market gold rush. The tech giants, Microsoft, Google, Meta, AWS, are in a brutal race to train and scale massive AI models, but they have hit a critical bottleneck: power and time. Building a traditional Tier 3 internet data center from scratch takes 3 to 5 years due to permitting, grid approvals, and building massive electrical substations. Bitcoin miners already possess the holy grail of the AI era: energized land. The power pipeline. Crypto miners collectively control roughly 6 gigawatts, GW, of secured power access, with pipelines expanding to 12 gigawatts by 2027. The on-site advantage. Because miners already have high-voltage substations and heavy-duty industrial grid connections up and running, they can scale an AI data center in a fraction of the time it takes a traditional tech hyperscaler. In a market where getting chips online 6 months faster means billions in competitive advantage, crypto miners have become the ultimate shortcut. The technical catch: it's not a simple plug and play. While the pivot sounds seamless on paper, the engineering reality requires tearing out almost everything except the power lines. The infrastructure requirements for a Bitcoin mine versus an AI factory are fundamentally different. Feature: Bitcoin mining, AI/HPC compute. Hardware: single-purpose ASICs, completely useless for AI, high-end GPU clusters, NVIDIA H100, B200, AMD MI300X. Power density: low to medium density per rack. Extreme density: 40 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts plus per rack. Network latency: high tolerance, only needs basic internet to broadcast blocks. Zero tolerance, requires ultra-fast InfiniBand or fiber with RDMA. Uptime and redundancy: no backup needed. If the grid drops, they just wait. 99.99% uptime required. Requires massive UPS batteries and generators. Capital cost: approximately $300,000 to $500,000 per megawatt. $8 million to $11 million per megawatt. To make this leap, miners are entering a quote, great divergence. They aren't throwing away their crypto rigs entirely. Instead, they are upgrading their sites into hybrid computing centers. They use the AI contracts to secure highly stable, predictable cash flow while keeping their Bitcoin fleets as a flexible load, throttling the crypto rigs down during peak grid pricing to save money, and running them full tilt when energy is cheap. The receipts. Who is executing the mega deals? This isn't just corporate signaling anymore. The largest public miners have completely rewritten their business models over the last several quarters. Core Scientific, CORZ, the poster child for the pivot. After emerging from restructuring, they signed a monstrous multi-billion-dollar deal with AI cloud provider CoreWeave, recently expanding it to $10.2 billion over 12 years. Nearly 40% of their revenue now comes from hosting AI infrastructure. Iran, formerly Iris Energy. They secured a massive $9.7 billion, 5-year AI cloud contract with Microsoft, powered by over 10,900 NVIDIA GPUs. Their development pipeline is now almost exclusively focused on high-density, liquid-cooled AI environments. Hive Digital Technologies just announced a massive 320-megawatt AI gigafactory in the Greater Toronto Area. It's slated to host over 100,000 NVIDIA GPUs, with the company aiming for $660 million in annualized recurring revenue solely from compute leasing. Cipher Mining, CIFR, literally renamed and rebranded themselves earlier this year to shed the pure miner identity, signaling their evolution into a diversified digital infrastructure play. What happens to Bitcoin? Ironically, this pivot might actually make the remaining Bitcoin network healthier. As public miners shift their heaviest megawatt capacities in North America over to high-margin AI workloads, pure Bitcoin mining is being pushed to the structural edges of the grid. We are seeing a massive migration of ASIC mining rigs to rural areas, utilizing flared natural gas, stranded wind energy, and off-grid power solutions that favor mobile, modular containers rather than massive centralized warehouses. Where would you like to dig deeper into this infrastructure shift? Look closer at the engineering behind liquid cooling upgrades. Analyze how these AI deals affect miner stock valuations.
I'm about to lose you here. Going to a small little village. It's I'm gonna lose Doofus. Doofus, I gotta lose you. I gotta lose you, Doofus. Doofus. Have a good day, sir. We got my buddy, one of our first folks on the stream is coming, hang out with me in 2 weeks. He's coming out to Japan in 2 weeks. We're gonna hang out for 2 days. It'll be fun. What? Yeah, it's, what the hell's his name? I can't believe his name. He's on Discord. All right, buddy. When I go around this corner, I'm gonna lose you. I'm gonna lose you. Right around this corner, I'm headed in. This is a valley. Look, I'm headed down and through a valley. This valley. I'll be back out.